Okay. Hello, 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 hello. How's everybody doing? Good to see all of you. Hope you're having a wonderful day. It is actually beautiful outside. Yeah, Kevin, it is. It is beautiful enough that I'm gonna go outside. I'm gonna go outside today. I'm gonna try to have a walk after stream, and I'm gonna grill some burgers. So that's gonna be fun. It's Friday in California. I'm pretty sure it's Friday in the entire U.S. at this point, Mr. Bowling. But is this a meme? Am I old? Do I not understand memes? How we doing, Mr. David Bowling, Mr. Adblock, Honey Bunny, Conman, Pup T, loading screen? Anyone else who might be up and about? It's Friday somewhere on the planet. Yeah. Searching on Twitter. Anything that requires Twitter context is best for off stream. Not right now. Hey, Reckless Monster, how are you? So I'm a little bit groggy, but I am enthusiastic for some builds today. If you were not here for like the tail end of the stream, hey Pris, if you're not here for like the tail end of the stream yesterday, Fatebreaker might be just like completely bonkers, crazy, insane in Redux when built around. So like yeah, we're gonna be doing more just throwing Fatebreaker on various melee builds. I want to try out some pure spellcaster stuff. We still have the Deadshot one, but I want to try out going Hexecutioner and using lightning spells. See how that feels. See how that plays. Basically, the idea is we'd be squishier by not having Sanguine Sacrament. But at least on paper, Redux Clawbringer provides a lot more damage than Graveborn does. And it would also potentially free up the option of getting the spell shot augment. Speaking of spell shot augment, I was thinking about that more, and like, it's just kind of terrifying. Like getting a spell charge back every, what is it, 5 kills? Like that with, if you're a Buffmeister inclined player, that is a thing. You just need to spell charge one. But there's so many other things you can do with it as well. Like any spell that's kind of geared towards killing a bunch of enemies with that goes crazy. So maybe we do some calamities. Maybe we do some Curse of Malice, just indents mobbing. That seems really strong. Of course, the Trickster Ice Spike stuff we've been doing. Maybe we do some Barrage today. Redux Barrage got some buffs, as did just Spore Warden in general. I'm kind of curious to see how that goes, because a big thing we were able to feed into Barrage in Vanilla was a lot of gun damage from just the silly amounts you could get on gear. Gear is much more reasonable than Redux. So we'll be able to pad it less in that department, but the skill tree supports it more. So I wonder how even it broke. I believe they made both the Spore action skills count as splash in the mod. At least that's what I was told. So that automatically helps them out a lot. That's a good starting point. There was like one other thing, but I forgot. So obviously, there's lots of build ideas. Lots of build stuff we can get into. Let me wake up proper by doing a little more of that Rakk stabbing. Because Fatebreaker birds are, they look like Rakks and they melee. So it's Rakk stab. Hey Jaybridge, how are you? Yeah, we went to farm for a fusion and didn't get any drops. Today's a holiday, National Rakk Stab Day. Hey Don, how are you? Drank too much last night? Oh no. My PC's just waking up, so don't mind the chop. Hey Coco, Give me a little more insight to how did this new Zane tech I've been told about works. It's basically if you have purple tree capstone, and you crit while ADS, it will apply a dot that the base value of that dot is a percentage of the impact you did, which is different than how any other dot application works. Not any, but 99% of other dot applications. It's very different than applying a dot from a gun naturally. What this means is that that dot is going to double dip any relevant bonuses. And also is just starting at a much higher point. This is particularly useful for getting really big rad explosions. But also just applying good dots in general is pretty good with it. One of my favorite uses of that tech is equipping a hustler and shooting a beacon like through an enemy's leg and hitting the floor under them. That way you get the beacon hitting them initially, and then you get the beacon hitting them again because it's hitting a surface and exploding. And then you're getting the dot from R-Man Flint, and you're getting the dot from the beacon. So you're just getting a lot of value for like one projectile. It's more comparable to UTD than normal gun dots. Right. It's basically mechanically identical to Unleash the Dragon. Yellow Cake Zane just became more broken. Yeah, Yellow Cake is probably the peak use of that tech. Like, Yellow Cake Globetrotter can do it. But you would have to use an element of Globetrotter that, you know, isn't cryo. So you'd have to be using Rad, which at that point, Yellow Cake exists. So strong chance that Yellow Cake is just the item for that. Also, Shocker would do well with that. You just get really good dots out of both of those things. Those are my opinion on cryo having a dot. I think it's fine. It doesn't need it to be desirable, but like it's not one of those. It's not ridiculous that cryo has a dot. I think Wonderland's cryo is probably the most successful iteration of cryo they've done. Like, TPS cryo, BL3 cryo, and Wonderland's cryo all work very differently from each other. They all have or lack some core component that another one has. The only thing that shares between them, I believe, is just the melee bonus. Other than that, they're just entirely different. You get a second to take a look at the skill tree? Absolutely. This is the headcanon? No. This is the a pearlescent Torg pistol. We're using it because it debuffs. This is the mulligan. Also, hi Pragmatic. How are you? Thought it was weird that Redux made it so cryo doesn't slow players. I don't think it's weird. I think just cryo slowing players is just an unfun mechanic. Like, there's no counterplay. It's you take a single point of cryo damage, you're slowed. You can't play around it. It's not enjoyable. I'm totally cool with that just going. And TPS cryo act as a debuff. Enemies took more damage from explosive and from crits from TPS cryo, which was crazy overpowered. So it wasn't in the BL3 version. The BL3 version of cryo is the most bare bones. It's still really good and enjoyable, but it's the most bare bones of the three. Both Wonderlands and TPS cryo have things that BL3 cryo doesn't. Yeah, this is the skill tree. What does TPS cryo do? Frozen enemies take more damage from the explosive element and from crits. I'm not sure any game that has slowdown via status effects feel good. Leave that to area denial attacks. Yeah, I agree. I like that. It proved to be really overpowered, Honey Bunny, TPS Cryo. So they kind of reworked it for 3. Combine the TPS effect with BL3 Cryo, because the TPS one was too strong. Yeah. Thank you for the 26 months. It's my screen resolution. Yeah, 26. Thank you, McMillan. I appreciate it. It means a lot.
Just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Basically, instead of going for like 3 awe as we would in vanilla for a hammer throw, we only get 1 in tree. I'm getting the other 3 of my 4 from my armor. But that's so we can take resistance is futile and stalker while still getting alchemical agent. So we absolutely bully any enemies that are at low health. And we have Amara's purple tree capstone. Forgot that explosive was even an element. What did it even do? That's it. Just exploded. That's it. And yes, there are non-explosive things that exploded, so no, it never made sense. It was a good thing that they just made explosive not an element anymore, because it didn't make any sense. But that's what it did. Had slash, the damage calc-wise it was different, use-wise not really. Yeah, that doesn't make sense in a world where there's things that have blast radius that aren't explosive element. It's like, huh? Or like a BL3 bonus element than our understanding of slash. So even less intuitive. Yeah, I stand by explosive element making no sense. Our understanding of BL3 and Wonderland Slash is already like, hang on, that's a little weird. So something being even weirder does not strike me as good design. Ronin Frost is alright, not that great. I'm personally of the opinion that any mechanics that take away your ability to see your screen, like, I'm fine with slight reduction of visibility. I'm fine with enemies having invisibility mechanics and stuff like that. Sure. But anything that takes my screen and says, you can't see anymore. Nope. Absolutely not. Not for me. Skagden is almost 1-to-1 calc-wise with BL2 TPS Slash. Glad it's gone. Glad it's gone. That's upsetting. Remnant Cryo, when used by the player, having a debuff is interesting. But like, Corrosive also does that, so it's not that interesting. Even a game that handles elements as well as Remnant, their Cryo slowing the player was a misstep. Cryo and Remnant slows the player and reduces your visibility. Very unfun. I think some games can take away visibility well. Hades, for example. Yeah, Hades will just shrink the radius of what's illuminated on the screen. That's a little bit better. But some games just do not do that well. At all. Let's go to the chamber. I've not been lucky enough to get any fusion drops from Nightmare, so sad. Rad and Remnant's a far better take on movement limiting status effects. Yeah, for anyone unaware, radiation in Remnant, basically it's a build-up. So they need to inflict enough of it on you for it to fill up your meter completely. Which is already different than how cryo is applied to the player in Lance games. They need to fill up the bar, and then once it's full, you're not slowed, but your stamina is cut in half, your stamina bar. So you need to choose how you move rather than being unable to move. Especially in a game where one misstep can cost you your life, right? Now, I'm not saying we should implement a stamina meter in you know, Borderlands 4, because that would not go over well at all. That'd be like the first thing people would remove from the game. But you get the idea. There's ways to do there's ways to make the player have restricted movement options without actually slowing them. You could magnetize them to the ground, for example, make it so they can't jump. Those are really nice people. Yeah, that's good to hear. Easy. I noticed that my ammo regen enchant is actually nice here. It's like while I'm swinging the Fatebreaker, I'm getting magma spawn shots back. It was just kind of there because I couldn't get anything better, but maybe I keep that long term now. Except for Remnant 2, same. Yeah, I think Fatebreaker is overpowered. It providing all this damage, all this utility, and all this survivability is pretty crazy. Like, this is a fantastic example of what us theory crafters are always talking about for Vanilla Wonderlands, where simply making something melee is just an unquantifiably large buff. Like, the damage values of this item were not changed in any way at all. All they did was made the birds count as melee damage. That's it. That's the only thing. And it took this weapon from being mediocre, situationally valuable, to being, like, peak. just one little tweak like that. This hopefully helps convey the why Cleansing Flames is also good in vanilla. If you hit with the melee portion, it's melee. It's gotta do the thing. Not teleporting. Um, yeah, Feral Surge being melee would have been really interesting to see, but probably too powerful. Based on, like... Feral Surge is almost viable, because it already has the kill threshold thing. And then... making it melee would maybe have been too much. Make Blizzard melee, lol. Morning, Jester, how you doing? Yeah, like, the second you take a hit, if you just swing the Fate Breaker, it's like, hey, I'm full wards again. It's so good. Any Fate Breakers? It's a plate mail with area damage. I'm tempted to take that. But, Spellblade, wrong weapon. Hammer and Anvil, though. Maybe we take a Hammer and Anvil here. Because Fatebreaker could help us get a lot of that. Ooh, Divine Soul. That was that good one that I was using on the Dire Sack build. Red text here on Bryn. He just... A lot of devs would love to take community feedback. Most companies aren't structured in a way that allows that. I would also like to mention that you shouldn't just listen to community feedback in a way where they dictate what's done in the game. Because no matter how popular some suggestions are, they're shit suggestions. And I think you should leave it to the professionals. Can we move closer to Rakk Stab? Yes, sir. Something could be unbalanced and such. Right. How you doing, Urban Mech? I thought I meant solid community feedback. I know you did, Pragmatic, but, like, that's the thing. How do we quantify solid community feedback? How do we sort that out? Like, are they going to allocate resources to sift through the pile like that? When they probably already need to pay for therapy for their community managers? With the amount of shit they have to deal with? Like, it just doesn't seem like the move. Next up, we're adding melee to Dire Sacrifice. Could you imagine? I mean, it would... You could justify it, like, thematically. Because you're meleeing yourself to melee everyone else's general sense of well-being. General sense of well-being. I guess. Communities are good at pointing out issues, they're not good at self-diagnosis or solutions. Right. Hope you're well, Control. Trust me to play Warframe, seen both sides of this. Warframes, when the devs listen, pick up shit ideas that are popular. Redmond picks up the lesser popular ideas that are good. And I feel like the more a community grows, the more likely you are to get that first flavor rather than the second. What craziness you discovered now? So Fatebreaker birds are melee in Redux. So they're Rakks that stab. And we're using the Mulligan pearlescent pistol to apply damage debuffs so we do even more damage. The mulligan is this game's guardian angel. Two-handed action, it's so thematically perfect. As an example, I bet there's a dev who would love to optimize the bank, but there's no resources or approval for it. Right. Wait, hang on. This fusion is amazing, except one very important thing didn't happen. This is actually so annoying. The classes are the ones we want. The skills are literally perfect. Literally perfect skills. Not a single point in awe. I'm so upset. That's so sad. UI in general, can't imagine devs are happy with it. Yeah. It's one of those things that I suspect they just don't have a lot of resources for. But that's speculation. It's outside and stuff. We could never really know. You know? Save editor don't work for Redux, I don't think. Yeah, also, you know, like, I'm kind of glad. Because, part of why save editor feels so necessary for other stuff, for, like, official releases, is because it's just so unreasonable to acquire anything specific. It's not nearly as bad in the mod, so it's less needed. There's still some things that I would absolutely use it to test, because, like, it's just always going to be a useful testing tool. Like, I feel less pressured into it, so I'm not really worried about it. I do think it should still remain an option, because, you know, this conversation of, hey, they should remove the ability to access saves, it's a popular thing to say, but, like, that doesn't help anything. So, like, it just hurts a category of, information acquisition that everyone benefits from. Like, if there's any weird item or build interactions you like, chances are it was found through the use of someone who save edited. Don't forget it. Big thing for me, save editor, is just being able to find the dedicated drops by adding the item, add it, reach for card, and drop it, farm it. That would be good utility, yeah. If there was some sort of, like, UI you could access in-game to see a list of everything, that'd be cool. Just knowing where stuff comes from. It's not too much work to just use a spreadsheet. Let's save access, remove. Surprisingly large number of people who would not receive anything from it. It's just a scapegoat for an unrelated problem. Pragmatic. It's the same situation as people thinking that lowering world drop rate improves dedicated farming experience. Like, it's the same thought process. It's not really something you can reason with. It's just collectively a group of players develop the same mentality, and you kind of can't push back against it because it's not a logical thing. People that think it would remove modded gear, but they don't even think that, because you can mention to them immediately that there's games that do not have local save access that still have the exact same problem. But like, that doesn't stop the sentiment. It's still an issue in Diablo, it's an issue in Outriders, it's an issue in Destiny. I imagine it's an issue in any game that has a gear system like that with any sort of variable anything. Removing save access without addressing root cause would remove a massive amount of the endgame community. Right, it would cause massive amounts of damage and not help anything. That's the thing. The way you address it is you just make people not feel like they need to do that. And then you're still going to have some people who do it always, either way. But just make people feel like they don't need to. That's it. That's all you do. Happens in Souls games too. Yeah. Frankly, it's the same thought process some people apply to real world issues, and it's sad. Well, my situation's bad, so instead of asking for help, we're working to fix that, or rather this other group feel pain too. It's a fundamentally toxic and broken mindset, and I don't think it's necessarily coming from people who are toxic, because I think it's one of those things that there's no self-awareness to it. It's like unintentionally malicious. At least when it comes to, you know, video games. In real life, some people are just doing it to be assholes, yeah. If I can't win, nobody can, type shit. And I have trouble hitting Nightmare with a hammer throw in this face. Let me tell you. Some people probably want DRM. I don't know how true that is, but there's probably some overlap. I can't say you're wrong. Corporations are people. Okay, Kona. You know what? The next run we'll use Hammer and Anvil, because we got that one, and I want to use it. Also, gear editing to perfect in a lens game can be done by memory editing too. Painful process, but it works. Yes. Like, we don't... The entire point is we don't need local save access to bypass the system anyway, so removing local save access just hurts players, and it also hurts the modding community. No positive outcome. It's not that it's not as simple as it doing more damage than good, it's that it would do no good at all while doing damage. So the ideal solution is something like Redux, where you feel far less need to bypass the systems in place anyway. Gotta run, enjoy the rest of the stream. Have a good one, loading screen. Thanks for stopping by. Shame this is a smart armor. Tried fighting Bella last time. My gun focus spell shot. This boss actually fucking sucks. She does. The belt is the worst. Game's too easy to make it harder than the casuals. Yells too hard, make it easier. Answers to provide challenges there, make the game slightly challenged in order for not too easy to beat. There is no viable solution to it, Honey Bunny, because Wonderland's pre-Redux implemented optional difficulty levels, 50 optional difficulty levels that do not have anything new gated behind them. And they made it faster to get to the point before those 50 levels are introduced, so completely optional challenge, on top of having 3 menu difficulty settings that apply to the entire game. And that does not stop people who complain the game is too hard from playing on Chaos 100 Intense. It does not stop them from going to the highest difficulty and asking that it's nerfed. In a game with 303 difficulty levels, they go to 303 of their own accord and complain it's too hard. You can't stop it. You can't. Can't be done. Try to get close to her so I can unload my body rocker into her. Giggity. She instantly teleports away. I do get close enough to her for long enough, she just instantly health gates me. Yeah, she's got large radius attacks that are difficult to see. But now they're smart armor, huh? She teleports constantly. She gives herself elemental resistances. And her hitboxes are set up in such a way that even if she wasn't teleporting around, some things would just struggle to interact with her hitbox to begin with. Imelda is everything awful about. Like, every misstep with boss design in this game, all of them are present on Imelda, rather than a boss having, say, one thing that doesn't work out well. Imelda has every flaw of every boss in one place. Sometimes I wonder if Borderlands moving to a common, easy, medium, hard model might help break this mindset. Conclusion is usually no. I genuinely don't think there's anything they could do to stop that from happening. Because making a majority of the difficulty levels optional and have no effect on your gear still didn't do it. There is a literal easy mode in your pause menu you can put on that doesn't penalize you in any way. People don't use it. Even in Redux, there's still optional difficulty levels. Like, Pearlescents are available on 8. The max is 10. Gear is the same on all Chaos levels. There's still people running around saying it's too hard on Chaos 10. Even in Redux. It's the fans. It's not gonna make me any friends saying that the fandom's the problem, but the fandom's the problem. But if you're not playing on the hardest difficulty, you're not a true gamer, though. Ah, good old gatekeeping.
Choose, Fate Maker.
pact of punishment style difficulty could be interesting. I think that would be really, really good. Yeah. There's gatekeeping and people want the game to have no challenge ever, but get good idea, which is also gatekeeping. Like, you have the Souls fans flavor of gatekeeping, where if you do anything other than melee the boss to death with the worst weapon in the game while naked, if you do anything other than that, they will not accept you. And then you have the lands game flavor of gatekeeping, where if someone doesn't go to the highest difficulty and then suffer, then they're not playing the game correctly, and they need to get on that highest difficulty as fast as possible. Sub-level 10 naked, yes. Hey, Higgy Brit. Just a drop rate increase in Chaos 10, or do the items increase? There's no item increases. So, like, gear that drops on Chaos 0 is the same as gear that drops on Chaos 10. There's no changes. The only thing that happens is on 8 and higher pearlescents are available. That's it. Rakk stab and Redux, Quag please. Talk stab. That's a different thing, but you might be onto something. How you doing, Ken? Hey, Jedi Monkey. I'll show them Souls fans. I fight all bosses naked. Good for you. Don't fight your IRL job boss naked. That might not go well, unless you're your own boss. In which case, that would probably go very well. Is it cap at 10? Yes. Truly optional? Yeah, difficulty levels in Redux are truly optional. If you want all gear in the game, you could just go on Relaxed Chaos 8 and you're chilling. Now, Vanilla Wonderlands is like that too, it's just there's more optional levels available, so people are less willing to do that. But that's okay. I don't experience the power that's clobbering an alchemical agent. It's so good, Ken. It's so good. We're doing that right now. That is what Rakk stab in Redux is. Because we got the Fatebreaker birds are melee, so they're gonna alchemical agent. And then we got our hammer throw. Too late, already disrobed and dialing my supervisor on Teams now. Based. Watch those streams on Only Souls. Turns out the Fatebreaker birds are shock locked. Yeah, that's fine, honestly. It means the element of a Fatebreaker you get doesn't matter because the birds are always lightning. Like, the element only matters if you actually make contact with the blade itself, which you're not doing as often. And lightning has a lot of Clawbringer synergy, and resistance is futile removes elemental resistances anyway. So, if you're gonna be locked to an element, lightning's probably the one in this case. Because you still get soaked interaction as well. Work from home, just be careful during Zoom calls. I'm gonna say good gear. Some people want the bar of entry to be low and never raised. Some people want the bar raised to the ceiling to go higher. In my opinion, gatekeeping ain't nice. Neither is setting the bar low. Not setting the bar in an attainable place is just not realistic because, like, very few games can justifiably release in a way where it's like, hey, this is hardcore. It's gonna kick your butt. You as a casual player, this game isn't for you. Like, that's not a message you ever want to send when you're trying to sell a product. And even things like Souls games, which are probably closer to that model than any other IPs I can think about right now. even those end up with a gatekeeping issue of, hey, people use some strats that are a little more accessible, so they're not considered true fans. Like, obviously there's a fine line here, because devil's advocate, you could totally take what I'm saying and apply it to how theory crafters in this game, a lot of theory crafters I should say, not all, but a lot, feel about myth rank and buffmeister and stuff. Like, there's a fine line and no one can say exactly where it is. Let's combo Fatebreaker, Cape Tides, Tidebreaker. I'm not using Cape Tides, I'm using a Storm Claw right now. Because it makes the Wyvern apply a debuff. That debuff is like a fresh mold. So, math, good. You pretty much just want Awe Armor. Like, any good Awe Armor will work for you here, Ken. If you use Cape Tides, then it frees up your spell slot, but I think using a Tidebreaker just kind of flows well. And you can have lots of good armor options that are providing you direct damage, unlike Cape Tides. But yeah, Fatebreaker. For you to say how low is too low. Right, exactly. Like, your personal preferences do not represent the entire rest of the games industry. No one's do. Nier has chips that can full automate combat for you on the easiest difficulty. When they asked Taro about it, he compared it to cutscene skips, which I found intriguing. A lot of games are doing stuff like that. Like you have on God of War 2018 and on Ragnarok, of course, on The Last of Us, on Mass Effect 3, you'll have a narrative difficulty where enemies basically die in one shot, or sometimes outright in one shot, just so people can get to the story stuff. That is an accessibility feature done through difficulty options. Difficulty as a system is accessibility. Something people like to forget about or like to downplay, but it's accessibility. Like, it allows you to tune the entire game to a level of challenge that allows you to have the playstyle you want. For example, I really appreciate the design, music, aesthetics, everything about the Doom games, Doom 2016, Doom Eternal in particular. I am not talented enough of a gamer, nor am I even tempered enough to play on Ultra Nightmare at all times. No, absolutely not. So when I play Doom Eternal, I play on Ultra Violence, and I get farmed, but it at least feels achievable, and I still have a good time. Tyrant's Truth, huh? If the passives were better, I would actually use that, but not this time. And you get the watch a Let's Play crowd. And those people know they're being disingenuous assholes. That's why they're saying it. I'm ready to boot up God of War for a second to Doom. I do spec a gun build, Claw Blight. In Vanilla, I wouldn't. But in Redux, I go down to Awe, max out Resistance is Futile, Awe, and Indomitable. And then you You vibe. Make sure you get Geist in the shell, and maybe you can still get bogged down and or amped up over in the Blight Tree, but yeah, definitely get all the stuff bottom of Clawbringer Tree with the exception of the Capstone. And you could use guns that apply good dots. You could use lightning guns in particular, benefit from soaked and from all the lightning buffs Clawbringer has. What did I have in my body room? Ah, spellcast cooldown, right. The thing with Blight Knight in vanilla is that it's just redundant. It doesn't provide enough for your entire skill tree. You get like a couple of things, but Redux gives Clawbringer more stuff to carry that combo. Rackstab with Novas. We don't have Novas yet. Maybe we figure out a way to do that. There's no melee Novas, but that's okay. I just hate Spore. Spore is a lot better in Redux. It's a lot better. Spore is not a bad class in vanilla, it's just extremely limited in what you can do. If you don't like very specific things. Yeah, Garlic Breath's not really gonna do damage. Maybe a good, like a really good eruption spell could be acceptable there. Because that functionally works like a Nova, a self-cast eruption. As much as I love Garlic Breath, it's hard to justify over a Sigil even as a utility spell. Even as a Nova spell, an Empowering Sigil does more. Like, Empowering Sigil roll in Lightning or Cryo. And they have incredibly high dots. And the Cryo one also freezes. Like, guaranteed. And they're also extremely spammable. Empowering Sigil with the cooldown part is like 10-second cooldown base. And it has a 5-second duration. So you can reasonably get 100% uptime on Empowering Sigil. Or you can do something like, you know, run Spell Shot with Ambi-Hex and just alternate them. So you always have one active. Ooh, maybe that's what we do with the Executioner spell build. We get a ton of radius, we get 2 lightning empowering sigils, and we just... Yeah, I guess you could say my character is the storm that is approaching. No? Why not? How much is too much gun damage? The point where you start taking gun damage instead of other relevant stats. Like, with non-dot gun builds, there's not really a point that happens. In terms of your gear in Redux. Like, that's something. You can just comfortably take gun damage rings, gun damage on armor, it's like, fine. But if there were gun damage enchants, then maybe those would start to be questionable over getting more elemental damage, for example. Whoosh. The song reference. Are the wyverns off swing melee damage? Yes. That is a Redux change. What are they in vanilla? Just unsourced. They're still splash. Still lightning, but they're not melee. They just added melee. You can buff anything in this game by making it melee. You don't need to change the numbers at all, just make it melee and it gets stronger. Should have been melee. I don't know. Like, this might genuinely be too strong. Like, maybe it was at one point and they were like, meh. Because, like, this is really good. But it is, more importantly, it is really fun. Like, you could actually just play a pure ranged melee build with this without needing Blade. Just throw your hammer and then swing your sword, and like, this doesn't have a cooldown. It's fun. It's not as strong as hammer. Situationally stronger because it's more hits. Like, a perfectly angled hammer is 3 hits, possibly 2. That third one maybe needs to be retested. But then with Fatebreaker, you get 4 hits. You get the actual sword, and then you get the 3 birds. Storm Surge feels very underwhelming. The melee weapon. How'd you change it, though? That's a good question. Like, there's some things that are functionally just not, like, really nerfable. It's like, in Redux, they nerf Geist in the Shell and Barbalode, and they're still nightmarishly strong because they're functionally unnerfable. It's like when they nerf Short Fuse in BL3. Everyone's like, okay. When they nerf Ties That Bind, everyone's like, okay. It doesn't matter. It's still gonna do what it does. At least the lightning bolt seems to work. No, the lightning bolt does literally nothing in vanilla. Unless they fixed it in Redux, the lightning bolt does literally nothing. The biggest, again, this is in vanilla. The biggest benefit of the Storm Surge is that it applies a guaranteed lightning dot. And it's one of the stronger dots you can get from a melee weapon directly without needing things like Alchemical Agent. Does damage in Redux, just not much. Hey, at least it works. That's something. I mean, Storm Surge is probably pretty good overall in Redux. Oh, wait, no, it doesn't. Oh, there we go. What's all the lightning bolts to do their best? Their best is nothing? It's like not a figurative nothing. That is a literal nothing. Like, they simply do not inflict an instance of damage. That's my ridiculous amount of dots. Yep, seems right. Yeah, the lightning bolt for Storm Surge, lightning bolt, is just purely cosmetic. Ragnarok didn't touch that, I imagine. It didn't look like the damage was increased or anything, and especially with Fatebreaker being what it is now, I don't see a world where I would ever use the Ragnarok over the Fatebreaker, ever.
Come on, have some fun.
Is there a way to choose which things Redux changes? No. It's an all or nothing type deal. That's why I like that it's like a lighter touch than a lot of other overalls. Hey, Trigon, brother had a pretty bad week. Oh no. Everything okay? Or at least moving back towards okay? I'm sorry to hear it going through some shit. Lockdown, that's... yeah, that's really tough. I'm sorry to hear. And tumors. Yeah, I went through that exact thing with the cat years ago, but I did not handle it well. It fucked me up pretty bad, so I can imagine what he might be going through. I'm really sorry to hear. Play as co-op in the same screen system. The game, yes. This mod, no. Very confused by Gunslinger, what weapons did it actually work with. Anything that's not full auto. So you'll get the fire rate and the swap speed bonus on every gun, but the increase in shots fired is for non-full auto weapons. It functionally makes them full auto weapons. So like this gun's full auto. Gunslinger wouldn't be shooting extra shots. But if I was using, say, this is semi-auto. Gunslinger would make this shoot a bunch back to back. Should go ham with Ruby Spite? Yes, it would go crazy with Ruby Spite. I like using it with the Riveter and the Catatumbo. I don't know if I'm confusing this with BO3, but I've heard the split screen is not great. I've also heard the split screen is not great in this game, but I've never personally used it, so I don't know how true that is, how currently relevant that is in 2023. I don't know, but I've also heard that. It is in fact not great, and there you go. Playable, you have to manually inspect every item to see what it is. Oh, so the UI is even worse in split screen? That's a big yikes. That's, How's is my inventory full again? I gotta go buy SDUs. Way, way worse. That's really rough. Hi, Dragon Lord. Holy. Okay. Wouldn't recommend co-op on the same screen then? Yeah, it's looking that way. John BBS. It's looking that way. I can say remote co-op with friends on other systems is really nice, but obviously that's not always an option. So Wonderland's netcode better than BO3, about the same. About the same, but the way the content design goes, it's like less disruptive to play co-op in this game. Like, Chaos Chamber is pretty co-op friendly with its layout. And the maps are very large, so you don't do as many area transitions in general in Wonderlands. So there's fewer disruptions. Empty some mag in one burst. Yeah, a lot of guns end up doing that. I can show my gunslinger setup in a moment after this run. I think I found a bug, emptied my lost loot on my new Redux character to spit out some old level 40 legendaries, sold them, suddenly had 260 million gold. I think that's just how much items are worth. Like, it's pretty easy to get gold in Redux. Although, 260 million, what was your starting point money-wise? Because you can get a lot from items here. I'm looking to see, does Chaos Tier still affect value? No, it doesn't do anything. 20k? Oh yeah, maybe that's a bug then. Yeah. I didn't touch my lost loot. And I'll probably keep it that way. Yeah, that's a lot. So, like, what if did Gunslinger, Ruby Spite with Exy Blade and a Universal Soldier? It's not a barbell load, but like, it'd be funny. That sounds wrong. Do it? Nah, you do it. You enjoy. Max all my SDUs feel a little weird, but I'll take it. Yeah, the way I see it, I have a lot of characters that already have max SDUs. So, fine. And it saves you some time money grinding. Gets you playing the game faster. Whatever. Good hammer throw. Don't really need money in Redux anyway. Yeah, like the vendors are pretty cheap, and the hunts, or not the hunts, the respawnable enemies only cost like a tiny bit of money. And respec is free, yeah. I guess respec being free is how it's so easy to maintain money. Like, you don't lose any on death or on respec in the mod. Fire old god. I wants it. SCUs are expensive, that's a one-time. Right. Like, once you get them, what next? It's like how in BL3, SCUs are expensive, but that doesn't stop everyone from eventually hitting the literal money cap. Not the visual money cap of 99 mil, the literal money cap, where you hit the overflow limit. Come on, give me a fusion with area damage, all damage, melee crit, 3 and awe. That's pretty good amalgam. I did not get what I asked for. It's pretty good amalgam though. Like 3 in awe, melee area, melee crit chance, move speed. Guess the ability damage doesn't hurt. Like, that's really good. Do I just use that? I like movement speed. I lose the all damage. I'm picking it up. That's really good. Boo, you whore. Oh. That's my favorite pet name. Okay, gun build, and then when we go back to this, STUs. I know. Try both, see which is better. In terms of napkin math, the Stormclaw is better, but like the amalgam might feel more fun. Cause movement speed. Why am I here? Oh yeah, I was farming Dragon Lord. Yeah, we could throw another kill at him. Nothing like firing up Remnant, starting a new adventure mode, entering the city, immediately finding Simulacrum. Very nice. So this is Gunslinger Catatumbo. I'm having way too much fun with this game. Must thank you for the Rakk. Glad you're enjoying it, Jester. It is a gem of a game.
Kneel before your dragon lord.
Arsenal worth now? No. Arsenal was not touched, and it's still, like, competing with a bunch of better skills. The flat increase, is it not the stats it says it is? Is it a mult to those stats, or is it still those stats? Because that matters, but even in the best case, like, do you ever see yourself wanting that more than haste? Or potent poisons? Or exploit their weakness? Or swift death? Or elusive? Or contagion? Or sneak attack, which was buffed? Or thousand cuts, which was buffed? Or stalker? Or alchemical agent? Or executioner's blade? Or action skill augment? Like, by the time you get down here, you're filling out your other tree, and Arsenal hasn't been touched. Ouches. Lightning on armor moment. I could have used the Riveter for this, but I'm gonna be honest, I kind of forgot about it. Overspec Stabo build. Redux overspec Stabo is like not a meme anymore. Like they buffed a couple skills and gave the tree a lot more value. It's pretty cool. Also, hi Mr. Sean. How you doing? Dragon Lord is also using From the Shadows. Please go visible. Thank you. Wait. I remembered a thing. We still haven't gone to get my gun crossbolt Catatumbo. Which character did I leave that on? Is that on my Dire Sack save? I think it's on my Dire Sack save. A Ragnarok. I was about to get excited. Yay, we got a Fatebreaker. We did not. We did not. You can shoot chests to open them now, which is pretty cool. Vanilla Wonderlands, it requires melee damage. Ah, head splitter. This is a Boilermaker? No, it looks like a kettle drum. Yeah, head splitter's kettle drum. Okay. And then Disciple's the Boilermaker. There's plans for some items to come back. Jambridge. Just gotta be patient. Still an early version. And the nature of how this modding goes, it's like some stuff has to go, and you know, do be like that sometimes. Well, why? Because with how modding in these games works, to make new items, you have to overwrite old items. Slasher's not okay. Yeah, Slasher's insane. Move face. It's crazy. Slasher is certainly one of the skills. They had the ability to revisit the chest room after Dragon Lord Redux, so I just big dumb and for so many vanilla runs. I have no idea, Jamlot. I don't remember ever trying that because I never really farmed the Dragon Lord in vanilla. So like I don't know. Wasn't this save? Was it on the Feral Surge save? Not just me then, yeah. Clawbur fusion with area and gun damage, nice. Not always or not anymore. Class mods are new items. I should say, yeah, it used to be the only practical way. It no longer is with more recent developments of modding, but it's still a way that it's done. With that said, I would very much like to see the items that were overwritten come back. Once I can think of off the top of my head, Frozen Orb, Twin Soul, Carouser, Bonyface's Soul. There's another one. I'm not remembering right now because I'm unintelligent. My brain don't work so good. Ah, here it is. Perceiver? Was Perceiver one? Yeah, that would make sense. Bonyface is pretty shit. It's not. Do you know what its effect is? Gives ward? Yeah, how is that shit? Can you name another gun that does that? Get ward in other ways, but is there another gun that does that? Livewire, hey Chad, how you doing? Chat. Chat. Follow Mr. Chadley99. Seriously. Dude grinds like nobody else. He's been doing all sorts of life shit. So hasn't been on Twitch much lately, but whenever he is, it's quality and like huge vouch. High chance you guys already know him, but on the off chance there's any of you that don't, big vouch. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was on the gun build. No, I'm washed. Yeah, you're clean, unlike every other gamer. It was literally a chat. Hey, David, thank you for taking care of Mr. 99. Replaced by the new dot pistol. Ah. Clean, can't relate. Yeah, we're stinky gamers here. We can dream about not being stinky. have 1 slot of everything else. I'm more than willing to give up one of my 4 gun slots to regen wards. Yeah, it's just like, it's an option. Like, if you're playing a build where you want a way to get back wards and you can't commit to the other slots, or you want additional wards back as well, like, it's not bad for the item to exist. Like, the existence of the Bony Face's soul doesn't hurt the game. It's not an item that's in need of a power increase in any way. I see Peepo, I know, no sub, I give sub. You're a real one. Since word is bond, I assume ward is banned. Why are you like this? At least common elements, it does? I'm pretty sure. Could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it does. Feel free to fact check me on that one. All Ellie? There you go. Thank you, Mr. Butter. Hey, we got the enchant. What does Loot Melon say? Loot Melon. My favorite. Okay, so now we have a Catatumbo that actually has gun crossbolts. And that's big, because before it was just increasing melee damage. But now, it's going to make our gun go more pew-pew harder. Time skip seems good. Time skip is one I want to mess around with more. Because it's like it's a big time commitment, which, you know, funny. But like, it could be one of the few good dark magic damage dealing spells. That is a noticeable damage increase. Yeah, just having the right crossbow type on this gun makes a world of difference.
Looks like magic's back on the menu.
The ones I've seen are non-Ellie. Yeah, because non-Ellie is weighted to be more common just to force people to farm more in these games. Goes back to the core thing of the loot system in these games is designed to keep you in the grinder without letting you use your items. And I don't think it needs to be that way. There's lots of other looters that don't do that. Recoil. Luckily, Drill can't actually see you when you're in from the shadows. Big baby. He's just a little guy with a massive tail. Look at that thing. It's a good mosquito. But it's not a gunslinger. Nerf any bosses in Redux? Dragonlord doesn't do his stampede attack anymore. Which I think that's just a quality of life improvement, honestly. I can't immediately think of any other boss changes. I suppose a lot of them are easier because of the movement. Like for Banshee, for example, you don't need to know which attack is which anymore. You can just double jump on every one and none of them hit you. Blastard's bird's easier to see. I haven't had the bird spawn yet because Blastard's a joke, but... What help mouse on this? If I see an Echo pincushion, I'm gonna pick it up just because I think it'd be funny. I'm using a random purple right now. And have the same stat profile. Swap these. Breaker's cracked. I'm telling you, it's insane. Watch another streamer playing Redux. They said never tried Melee in Wonderlands. You're missing out on a huge number of builds. A lot of people instinctively treat these games as gun games. It's just non-gun stuff isn't something that crosses the mind for a large number of players. So that's where you see a lot of the balance opinions come from as well. Like people who are like, hey, it doesn't feel like you have a lot of build options. It's because they'll be running like a Graveborn gun build. So there's only so many things that can carry their build that doesn't have any skill tree support whatsoever. You know? Our ability damage build's a thing? Yeah, you can get Dire Sacrifice to be extremely mobbing efficient with ability damage focus in this. I have not yet tried out Blizzard or Barrage, but I have high hopes for those. You can get Feral Surge to kind of work. I guess with Barrage you could just play it as a gun damage build, so I don't know if I'd really count that. How's Totem do for primary damage dealer in Redux? Anyone tried that? Graveborn gun build equals Dark Magic gun build also doesn't help. Well, not necessarily. Like, you could just be using regular guns on Graveborn, and like, you're not even getting Dark Magic onto your guns unless you're using Reaper of Bones. I'm saying that's the mindset. Oh, I see what you mean now. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. That is how a lot of people view it. They pick Graveborn, they're like, oh yeah, the Dark Magic class. Like, no. No, don't do that. Barrage Clawcast so extremely good at mobbing. Ooh, that's cool. Imelda. Knew they changed the skill colors, but didn't realize they did it for the icons under the experience bar too. It's so nice, Pragmatic. It's so nice. Wife's been playing Wonderland since it came out. Only played Miss Dancer. Miss Dancer can be fun if that's what you like. I know Mr. Adblock really likes that as well. It's not that like gun stuff isn't viable. It's just for some people, it's what they like, and the idea of other things doesn't occur to them. Although more like I mauled. Yeah, true. In fairness, while guns aren't the strongest in BL3 either, they feel strong to a certain type of player, whereas they don't in Wonderlands. Whether it's good or bad is opinion. I understand why those people are upset with Wonderlands. It's certainly not gun game first. Yeah, Wonderlands does not try to be a gun game. Or even really present itself as a gun game. I think it's another one of those situations where presentation matters a lot. I like that it's not a gun game, because BL3 isn't a gun game either, as you touched on, but like, it at least pretends to be. This one doesn't pretend.
Just what I need.
Hey, Sora. Hope Quag's good, hope everyone's good too. I hope you're good. Love Miss Dancer. Sorry, both my hands are busy loving it so much. I figured you were playing. Holy damage? Yeah, this is a purple. There's this little thing right here. Riveter Masher. This thing goes just as hard in the vanilla game. It's just the only difference is in Redux we have more handling to control the recoil, and we have Gunslinger to get around the fact that I don't have scroll wheel as my fire keybind right now. So I would have to do that to get this kind of fire rate otherwise, but like Gunslinger lets me not do that. Also, a Spore gets this skill here, free load. Every other shot is free, and 30% more damage. Something funny with time skip in Redux? What's that? Running Claw Sabo, time slips clap and stuff. Are you sure you don't have the chaos bug? It's very common in the mod. Basically got to save quit after like everything. That's why you never see me actually use the door in the chaos chambers. I always save quit. Probably due to all the marketing. Each commercial for a lands game, aside from I think Wonderlands, totes they have a bazillion gazillion. Yeah, the BL3's tagline was over 1 billion guns, I think. Where with Wonderlands, they were like, look, you can have 2 pets. Now, amusingly, the pets are shit. But, like, they marketed them. What am I here for? Oh, yeah. It's gonna be hard to beat that barber load. Probably impossible. Pagner, new pistol? Yeah. Some good companion class combos? No. Sorry. The answer is no. If you're gonna do it, Bog Totems get companion damage boosts, so like that's a way of doing that. Graveborn has Faithful Thralls and Dark Hydras and Harvest. You can also apply Reaper Bones to the companions, so like maybe you could do some Blightgeist stuff. There's always taken the easy way out of Pixies and Spell Shot. Yeah, that's a thing too. You can do Stabo to apply from the shadows to your companions. get them to crit, because otherwise companions just don't crit unless they're a different damage source, such as, once again, the inescapable pixies. Yeah.
Enter the chaos die.
Spirit Swarm gets it? I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Like, it gets things that apply to pets. Like, Spirit Swarm gets Harvest, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't get companion damage. Like, it gets Harvest, it counts for Thralls. I'm still doing weird shit. Interesting. I'll have to grab one. Hey, Mr. David Bowling, thank you for taking care of Pragmatic and Moveface. Thank you, seriously. Really appreciate it. And Sergeant Loading, thank you for the 23 months. Rounding it off to 30. Thank you both. The only thing is by destroying both their shield and health at the same time. Are you doing this with Ghostblade out? Because, like, the Ghostblade augment goes to the health bar. Is it somehow getting the Ghostblade augment? What is happening? Ruby's doing the same thing. Does Stabbo have the avoid shield thing? No, Stabbo's augment for Ghostblade does that, and Graveborn's augment for Dire Sacrifice does that. I can't think of any, like, I don't think Dark Magic just does that. Some enemies' Chaos Trials you damage both health bars at once. Ah, okay, yeah, I forgot. Moveface is in Chaos Trials. Nice Gifter badge unlocks at 50. Do not do anything financially irresponsible. It helps me out, but no, don't. Don't do anything that puts you in an awkward position. I can get by. Kind of. Oh, hi, legendary from Lachance. That hasn't happened in a while. Oh, it's a world drop. How you feeling about Redux after 3 days? Really enjoying it, Loading. Just build crafting has gotten me thinking of all sorts of things. In fact, after this run, we'll probably put together something new. Should we do Barrage next? You think, chat? Is it Barrage time? Yeah, Barrage, Masher Man. Actually, I need to go to the hospital with Mom tomorrow. I need to sleep now. Have a good one. Yeah, get some rest, David. Thank you again. I appreciate you. Hope that visit goes well and all that stuff. Oh. Patch notes to look at? Yeah, exclamation point Redux will just show you like the core changes from the original patch. Personally, I haven't done anything that directly makes Barrage fantastic yet. I was thinking about Fair Share. Would go a long way. Maybe. Thanks, you're welcome, Loading. Yeah, Timeskip has a big dot, Moveface. It has a big dot and hits frequently. Oh, Barrage doesn't get elemental bonuses, isn't just like not that good. So the Fair Share armor takes half of your ability damage and converts it to the element of your gun, and then boosts that converted chunk by 20%. So Fair Share Barrage will at least be doing some elemental damage.
Eat or be eaten.
That's the thought process there. Can Claw's Wyvern get enough damage to kill enemies? So, Claw's Wyvern is one of the only companions that is going to really consistently, or not consistently, is really going to kill tougher enemies. But that's not because of the amount of damage it does, it's because the puddle from Firebolt isn't your damage. It's not yours, it's not the Wyvern's really, it's just a puddle that does like fixed damage percentages. It's cursed. Puddles are weird. So like, even in vanilla, you can have the puddle from Firebolt kill weaker enemies, even at like higher chaos levels than pets fell off. But like, the thing is, that attack is on a cooldown, it's one attack, so it's still not enough to say like Wyvern's good at killing things, but technically speaking, for short windows of time, the Wyvern can kill better than all of the other class feat companions. Wonder where Spore Wardens buy and sell their bows. Maybe they hold a barrage sale. Barge Pog. Phone autocorrects Wyvern to Eugene. You know, it did that to me once too, Pragmatic. It did that to me once. Can't like own damage, man. 420 is yesterday. Now you just had a really strong edible. It's still running. That happened to me once in college. Popped an Eddie and I had no tolerance, so like I was still feeling it in classes the next day. It was bad. It was not good. Sounds like a good time. I'm not really a high-functioning person. After being visited by Mary. I'm the unproductive kind. How crazy is Barbload in vanilla? Monstrous. Possibly the most powerful item ever created when applied properly. Possibly. Yeah, to the point where it's unnerfable. Like, an item having the Barbaload's effect is not nerfable as long as it has the Barbaload's effect. Redux nerfs it to 10% of the impact damage instead of, 100%. And it's still disgusting. So, yeah, it's functionally unnerfable. You could make it 1% and it could still create infinite damage loops. what do we need? I should hit armor, hope for a fair share, I guess. It's crazy they made 3 companion classes, they're all outclassed by reloads. Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate, isn't it? Okay, barrage time. But it's so fun. Barbalode? Yeah. It is, definitely a bit too strong, though. I don't think you can balance it in any way other than removing effects or giving it a cooldown or limiting what can trigger the Barbalode ricochets. Okay, that's the Blizzard one. That's my Great Bow Mule. Some of these are me having to figure out what I was thinking when I made the save, because otherwise the names don't make sense. Was it Ass Blast? It might have been Ass Blast. What's this one? Legolas. At least Barbalode Force use specific guns unlike Mosquito. It's fair enough. But there are some things that are incapable of critting, so Mosquito doesn't help those. Devil's Advocate. Not that Mosquito needs to be defended. Hey, a Ludite. ×3, shock. Thought companion build sounded really cool and made one realize to spend the whole time clicking once and reloading. Yeah, that's the thing. And like a lot of people who ended up with really bad takes about the game's balance and build diversity and stuff were the people who started their builds experience with Fear Not Pixies on Spellshot, and which brutalize everything in the entire game for you and minimize your gameplay loop to shoot once, reload, shoot once, reload. Doesn't matter where you're standing, what you're looking at, what the enemy is. You just shoot once, reload like 5 times per room, and then that's it. That's your entire gameplay loop. Of course they got bored with the game. Of course they got bored. Oh yeah, I was doing smart armor because it was funny. We can do some skeet. Some skeeting. What else we got here? I was like, we need some cleansing flames. Preach, Irish. Tell them. Cleansing flames, provided you have alchemical agent. Really good. Just hard to play, which is kind of like the opposite experience. Okay, so we definitely want Spore. What do we do for our second class? We could go Clawbringer to get a bunch of ability damage in Tree, but Spore Warden already has ability damage in Tree. We could get Awe, but like Barrage can naturally crit already. We could go Spell Shot for more gun damage to boost Barrage. Graveborn doesn't really do anything for us here. Stabomancer doesn't do much. I suppose maybe if we applied dots from the fair share portion, once we get that, then those could contagion, but that's super niche. Berserker giving us the old ways and Enrage still seems like the play. The old ways and rage on armor defense. Icebreaker, cold snap. Still seems like the move. Movement speed from Windrunner. Yeah. Called shot's not going to be useful here because we can't ADS barrage. Area damage and Birchery too. True. I don't know if we're going to get that far though. Did we take Mushroom Taunt? I don't know if it's tanky enough. We're going to have a decent amount of Spore power, so maybe it'll be tanky enough. Take a point there. So I don't know if reload is good in this. Because we're going to want to shoot and reload a lot. For all you need here is Wrath of Nature. I want to get the Barrage Augment to maybe. Because I think it'd be fun. But like maybe we don't. Yeah, I'm not going to shoot that much. Maybe not. It's heresy to mute the music in Risk Rain 2. True. Your companions needed nerfs at launch. They didn't get it. It made people get bored of the game. Decision to not nerf them was a horrible one. Same thing with Buffmeister, Irish. If they had hammered Pixies and Buffmeister into the ground day one like they needed to, or, you know, before launch, then people would have branched out and experimented sooner. And a lot of the longevity in this game comes from experimentation with different items. But it never happened. In fact, Pixies got buffed several times. So, well, up to you. No, I think you might be onto something here, Tallulah, honestly. The more I look at it, like, Barrage's augment doesn't make Barrage do more damage. It makes sniper rifles do more damage. If Barrage benefited from sniper rifle boosts, that'd be kind of cool. But it would also create the paradox of Called Shot doesn't work. Yeah, I think you might be right. Okay. In that case, we do this. Five Ancient Fury, and then the second point Cold Snap. Fastest clearing class combo in Redux. I think Redux is a little too new for us to know that yet, but if I had to guess based off of my base game knowledge, it's most likely the same things. So, like, Deadshot Spellcaster is pretty crazy. Though, something I want to test today is Hexecutioner Spellcaster to see if that can compete. But Deadshot Purecaster is real fast. If you can get like I know Stone Swan was messing around with Blightgeist Dire Sacrifice stuff. If that mobs as quickly as Bereaver does while having the Blightcaller level boss damage, then that'll be pretty fast clear overall in most situations. Clawstalker Storm Dragon's Judgment clears incredibly fast. Like it's pretty much the same things most likely. So not gun builds is the big thing to keep in mind. I know people love the idea of gun builds that look strong and stuff, but they still just don't clear as fast. That's how it is. Made a pixie character just to do it, and it cleared stuff fine, but either I don't know how to use them right or they're overrated because I couldn't clear as fast as I could with a few other builds. To some degree, they require a little investment. Got a really fucking good gun build at the moment, but yeah, it shines on bosses more, I think. Yeah, the thing with guns is just they're never gonna, almost never gonna have all of the things that non-gun archetypes can achieve easier. Like, they're limited by ammunition, they're limited by reload time, they do damage along your line of sight, the projectiles tend to have a travel time, not very many of them have multi-target built in. You know, some guns change all these things, and that's when you end up with stuff like Anarchy Lucky 7 in BL3 that can hang with the non-gun stuff because they're not really guns in implementation. In a lot of areas, though they still are guns. Hustler Eraser on Zane, you know, removes a lot of the downsides of gun build, so that's why it can clear like a non-gun build. It's just, in terms of efficiency, it is very difficult for guns mechanically to keep up with stuff like Nova Spam, spells, dots, melee. It's very difficult. It's close and I get to actually shoot. Yeah, it's what's most important is that it's absolutely viable and gives you the playstyle you want. What do I do for spell here? I guess Tidebreaker makes sense. No, not the twin soul problem. Well, we'll go big ounce because splash radius. That's right though, for real. I believe it. Like, the Riveter Gunslinger setup is fun, and I'd say it clears pretty fast overall. If I optimize that further, that could clear really fast. Just, you know, not, it's not a dual-wielded Trickster Ice Spike, you know? You could be especially toxic and go, dual Trickster's Ice Spikes with Executioner's Blade. Like, that's a thing you can do. One might say it's riveting. Isn't this riveting? Use a sniper on stream yet? Don't recall. I have not. I've gotten a couple drops of it, but I've not used it yet. Actually, maybe I shouldn't use this one because I don't know if it can roll with these parts. It's like the overwritten items sometimes have parts that they're not supposed to, like that are from the original gun. Like those Omega Rushes that I had in my inventory that I just sold. They used to be Twin Souls, so they still have the double hilt mods, which is not something Omega Rush can do. So maybe I don't want to use that. This is one I farmed, though. I can use this one. Kind of annoyed we got the flashlight scope, but oh well. Excuse me? You heard what I said? Tell me I'm wrong. Without lying, tell me I'm wrong. Just be careful when you remove the lens.
Enter if you dare. But seriously, you should dare.
Okay, let's see how Barrage does. Now this is without fair share, which is part of what I really think will help. Let me look and see if Barrage has changed up here at all. Yeah, increases the gun damage and area damage applied to damage dealt by Barrage. It getting area damage as well is nice. Should I have bread for lunch or bread? I'm gonna go with you should get that bread gamer. Oh, that did a lot of damage. Hang on. That does so much damage. Like, you hit crits with this thing, it's... Could have been mosquito triggering too, but like, that seems pretty good. Reason why I'm using a ski prod, despite it not being ideal for crit formula, is it is by far the fastest reloading weapon that I know of. To the point where you can't see me reloading, but I just reloaded 3 times. Like, it's that you want to see me do it again meme, but like, actually just, that's how the gun works. Like, look, I'll burn all my barrage charges. Ready? I'm gonna get them all back. How? Ski prod reloads hella fast. So, ski prod has a base of 0.6 second reload time. And that's it. I don't have reload speed increases. I guess Big Ounce enchant, 25% more reload speed. But like, I don't have anywhere else. It's just that fast. Myth rank. Yeah, I've got, how much do you get here? I've got 20% from myth rank, and then 25% sometimes from this. I could have more on rings and amulets, and I could get some in skill tree from instinct, but this is just very achievable amounts of reload speed to make ski prod not have a reload animation at all. Oh, it still has those... Still has Ka-Chow on it. That wouldn't be a fair...
Ooh, can't wait to cast something.
So the unscope here is when it's reloading. Prod. Gunslinger with skip semi-auto. There's no real point doing that because you could just full auto it. Like, you still get the fire rate. Or you could just use a different different armor. Yeah, Barrage still kind of. Maybe we go farm fair share. That's that enemy in the Oasis, right? Yeah. Ski Prod so much. One of my favorite guns. Consistently underrated. I see Barrage hit like a Mack truck. I would like to see that too. But like, keep in mind, we're already towards the peak of what it's capable of without like Buffmeister assistance right now, so that does not really bode well. Like, this is some very specific gear for it. It could be a little bit better. Like, we could have area damage on the armor. But, like, this is pretty close. 10% scale, simple with all semi-auto. I mean, I guess it's just you're gonna be putting less shots out at the start of every encounter. Which might not matter. Barrage supposed to get your gun damage boost. Class boots, etc. Why does it still suck? It's non-elemental. It is a long animation commitment. Mostly those. The base damage could stand to be higher. Like, it gets a lot of formula. But that only goes so far. You, at the end of the day, do still need it to have good damage or impactful skill interactions. There's no, like, alchemical agent off of Barrage. So. Now, it's good in mobbing. But lots of things are good in mobbing. Like, if we just look at other damage source ability things, Dire Sacrifice would have cleared this obelisk room 5 activations ago. Feral Surge would have cleared this room 5 activations ago. Bog Totem would have probably cleared by now. Plague Storm would definitely have cleared by now. Plague Storm's a little unfair because it has a double dip damage storage. Still the truth. Everything's good at mobbing. Not everything, but a majority for sure. And it's still really easy to miss with Barrage. Storm Snipe with this, perhaps. We could try it. I don't have any Clawbringer power. That's something I'm concerned about. Like, what do we do for armor in that instance? Do we go Awe armor? And neglect the Spore power? To pick up Awe and Claw power for Storm Smite? Or what? That one chunked because I got multiple mosquitoes. So, like, that's mosquito carrying. Wish I had a ricochet effect on this. It does. Just, those don't home on enemies, I suppose. 4 power on Amy. Okay. You think still Mosquito, or should I just go for the fair share? So we can get element matching going.
The blood tide rises. Of course.
Fair share. Cool. I don't really understand how Mosquito works, never used it. So I don't know if they've made changes to it in Redux, but the way they settled on it working in vanilla is it's like, you know how Livewire chains calculate? It's kind of that. That's the shortest way to explain it. It's an instance of damage that dips off of what you did. It doesn't count as anything in particular. But Launch Mosquito, like when the item first came out, it copied the damage source of what triggered it, so you had basically a single target Barbalode situation that double dipped like melee bonuses off of melee, or spell off of spell, etc. Which, if that doesn't sound nonsensical to you, just know that it made Mosquito, like, absolutely silly. The way it works now is more like Livewire damage. So if you think Livewire is crazy, you probably think Mosquito is crazy. If you think Livewire is fine, you probably think Mosquito is fine.
Looks like magic's back on the menu.
Oh, I thought you were doing the other attack. Skill issue. No longer takes your hit as a base. You use the base damage of your attack. It's like an extra hit or projectile, kind of mid, to be honest.
Going to take weeks to get the smell out.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, because it is an amount of damage and other armors don't directly give damage, that can make it look pretty good in comparison to other things. It's also the only armor that gives cooldown, which is something, I guess. But it went from, like, nightmarishly overpowered to just, like, good if boring. If you're doing something that doesn't hit very hard on individual hits, it doesn't give you much value. Assume you want a crossbolt? Yeah, it's bad wording on the item's part. You use to square all your hits, essentially. Yeah. Blaster really just isn't shit. Yeah, Blaster's a complete meme. Just got off nap. Hey Viper, how you doing? Blastard is, he gets memed by Barrage while I'm not paying attention. That's an accurate measure of Blastard's power level. Like, ooh, is that a Cryo Great Axe? 170. Archmage. Pain. Still memeing on Blastard, you know it. Trying to get some barrage value going. It's a 5 affinity calamity. You know, that with like a fire... Never mind, it's not fair share. Sometimes I still go, hey, this would be good with this armor, but it's also an armor. Sag. Burb was there, it's no longer translucent, but it's dark, so I didn't actually find it easier to see. It was there? I didn't see it. Uh-oh. Armors roll with 5s now? They always have. Do that with armors all the time? Okay, good to know I'm not alone. But he restores all his health and one-shots me. Source, I made it the fuck up. possible to get 5 in awe. It's possible to get 6 total in awe between your skill tree and your armor. But on armors, you can only get like the amount you can invest in the tree. There's no exceptions. Like in BL3, there's some exceptions where sometimes you can get like 4 in a 1-pointer. No, there's none of that in this game. You can get 3 awe on armor, and that's it. Need a Kanai's Cube? Yes. Kanai's Cube would go so hard in this game. I wonder if that's possible to implement something like that. Skill tree colors based off the rarities. Are they? Oh yeah. Yeah, Pearlescent is Capstone. I guess red is just there because, like, it is. I like that. That's satisfying visual design. I guess white here, and then you have unique, green, blue, purple, orange, pearlescent, and then, I don't know, yellow. That's satisfying visual design. You need to be a vendor with an inventory slot that affects the player. So, like, you sell the vendor your item to apply it to you. That's weirdly cursed. Happy Friday, Mozilla. Hope you're well. Too cursed. Too cursed. Decent amount of extra barrage damage on a firebolt like that. So we don't get Wrath of Nature if we go this route. So I still have Wrath of Nature armor on. Maybe we go Claw Power on the Amulet for now? Do I have a Claw Protagonizer? I don't know that I do. Debuffing gun? Oh yeah, I should make a copy of that, honestly. Yeah, that would be good. Let me look and see what I have amulet-wise here. Need to check the reload speed on that debuffing gun. The Mulligan, that's the name. And does Protagonizer practically win over Universal Soldier, if we're being honest? Gun damage amulet, yeah, this one. Like, with fair share, I imagine it doesn't. I imagine it does. But without... I mean, we have a lot of gun damage already. We have a lot of gun damage. Oh, not that one. The one that's stacking accuracy penalty, that one. I got one of those somewhere. One of my other characters. Yeah, that one. Try an element amulet that matches fair share. Harbinger. I'm not feeling like I need more survivability. Well, actually, that was on Berserker. On this multi-class, we probably would need that. Harbinger's a good shout. So either a claw or spore or Harbinger with all damage. We really need the all damage roll there because we don't have any in tree on either of those classes. I could use a Vorkanars. If I get a Clawbringer's Vorkanars from somewhere. Maybe Protagonizer, because Awe is going to make things crit. Protagonizer would also affect Storm Smite. This is one of the reasons I like the idea of it. Like, Protagonizer is going to help Storm Smite and Barrage. We'll get the crit damage from Protagonizer when we naturally crit with Barrage, because it can do that on crit spots. But also the RNG crits. Yeah, maybe we stick with this for now. The poison damage roll isn't helping, but it's just what I have. Let's go farm. Or attempt to farm a fair share. Protagonizer flat chance or mult? It is a mult. So functions the same as, you know, strength and dexterity, to my knowledge. Or similar enough. Same as like gear crit chance. It's not Awe, is the answer.
Walk on! A bag of meat!
I think it's that one. Oh, I could have fast traveled over here. Well, let me do that. Is it good still? Yeah, Protagonizer is really good for the things it applies to. That's not that good to me. Think of it in terms of what other amulets increase your damage.
Take wing, little one.
For that kind of damage source. Like, there's not many. And a lot of them are conditional upon things that, like, Frenzied Wrath, you need to get kills, and then it's companion damage, so good for bog totems, but
Someone tell me they're keeping count. May you all find your life.
there's a lot of flashing lights on this one. I don't need to kill all these, but like, I can't loot
Welcome your fate today.
if I ain't alive. Okay, Stab-O-Matic. Which, maybe Stab-O-Matic, because like, this thing can play the angles now. I think Barrage should have a tighter spread. That would help it out a lot, yeah. Oh, wait, we got a Pearl. We got a World Drop Pearl. I only just noticed that. Okay, cool. What does this do? Guess I don't need to farm Freezicles for his. Winter's Edge. Fires out a 3-round burst of core-shattering nitrogen projectiles that explode on impact. That killed something?
Not bad. I mean, not as good as my kills, certainly.
I guess you could gunslinger with this, huh? It's not luck, it's skill. Hey, Envoy. Where's the nearest? Probably is that, huh? Just from there. That goes through so many more enemies. There's a save station, like, elevated somewhere. Is it over here? let me mantle up there. No? Okay, understandable. It's over here. Ah, here it is. Cool. I knew there was one nearby-ish. Shared a lot of thoughts about pearls in the past. What do you think about them in Redux? I think that they improve in some areas, like pearls all having that flat thing that they do just for having a pearl equipped. That gives them some identity that's much needed. That's cool. But ultimately, so far, almost all of them have fallen into the same pit that BL2 pearls do, where they're just not better than legendaries. So they're just not worth it. Like, the mulligan is different because it's doing something that no other item does that's useful for a large number of builds. That debuffing is real good. But the Omega Rush melee weapon is a great example. It's just a downgrade from other melee weapons in almost every possible use case. So, like, who cares about it? And that's just what's gonna happen with this rarity model. Like, either they're gonna be shit, or they're gonna be power creep to all hell. And that's it. There's no real in between. And it could be me having some luck with the whole pearl thing, because I know there's some people who specifically thirst it and are not having much luck. That's just how any dedicated drop farming system with chance-based rates is always going to work, which is why I think it's a bad system. But, like, I haven't found pearls particularly difficult to get in my own subjective experience thus far. I got ribulas in, like, 3 runs. Took me, like, what, 10 minutes to get the one from Ishin. I got this Freezicles one accidentally. Omega Rush took me, like, 20 minutes, maybe 30. I've gotten 4 pearls, and I ain't a farmer. It's ultimately in that category of, hey, it makes a bunch of people happy that it exists. It doesn't take away, in a perfect implementation, it doesn't take away anything. Like, obviously Twin Soul is currently on the outs, but once they resolve that, bring Twin Soul back. It doesn't take anything away, so it doesn't hurt to have. It doesn't provide as much as people want to believe it does. Me from 5 years and 40 pounds ago feels seen. Claw Spore. Ability crit chance gun damage. Grab that for now. Like, I'm not gonna say I've built for this gun, but this is a build with a shitload of gun damage right now. Like, gun damage Shark's Banes, gun damage on armor, Mosquito's Mantle. Like, we have a lot of damage, and it still is kind of, like, struggling to kill basic enemies. Like, Barrage is doing more damage. I don't understand what the effect is even doing. It's a Burst Fire, Magic Barrel, Black Powder Shotgun, which is cool. It's a cool concept. It seems to be Splash, which is something to play towards. That is a very good dot value listed. And it's 1 ammo per shot. Like, it seems like an efficient gun to use. I think it's pretty cool. It could just be some legendary somewhere, which is the fate of all pearls. Could just justifiably be a legendary. But really, I want to highlight that once the issue of the Twin Soul not being in the game is addressed, Pearls being in the game just makes some people happy and doesn't take anything away from anyone else. So, you know what? Cool. Maybe it's a dot build gun. Maybe. Just spread a bunch of cryo dots. That would make a lot of sense. Might do really well with some cryo efficiency boosts from Berserker. You could have the Blizzard enchant that gives cryo efficiency on a Frost Wilder, and then just freeze things very easily with this. Seems like that could go well. Ignore the fact that you could just use a cryo empowering sigil in any other gun. Name and Daddy Source certainly indicated Tellylock, just a wash, I guess. I'm of the opinion that the pearls being more part locked is a good thing, because could you imagine having to farm for an item at pearl rates in Redux mod in every element or in multiple elements? Like, imagine how bad getting a drop would feel if it's just not the one you need. Like, that would be really toxic. I think fixed parts here is a good thing. Oh. Like, for guns that have an extreme amount of part variance, you should be getting, for items that have an extreme amount of part variance in general, I should say, you should be getting guaranteed drops and multiple per kill. And then for items that don't have any variance at all, you could make those rare. In a vacuum, I'd say that'd be the way to handle either of those cases. It only gets messy in the middle from there.
Ooh, that one really builds the daisies, doesn't it?
I don't disagree, but hideout would be fun with other elements too, which is why I say wash. I get what you mean. You can get bonus elements. You know, we're applying good fire dot because body rune. Something. It's a workaround at least. Corrupted plate mail with this thing might be pretty good, come to think of it. Yeah, the setup is currently super squish. Harbinger seems like it might be necessary if Protagonizer isn't going to get us the ability to just kill outright. Alternatively, we could run like a Bronco Buster or something. Get some healing from our shield itself. Our reroller with currency should exist. Yes. As Diablo 3 implemented 10 years ago. I've been very consistent in saying this, but Borderlands got its start from Diablo. Lands as a whole can solve a lot of their itemization issues by simply copying Diablo again. Except copy new Diablo.
shall feast on your flesh. You are remarkably lethal to your side. Ethereal arrogance.
Let's turn this frying pan into a drying pan. Real money auction house, stop it. Thank you, Control. See what that one Twitter shit poster said in response to Epic Celebration tweeting at the grinder. Let's talk about that for a second. There's a bunch of people who were just like determined to just be fucking annoyed. Like, of course, it's common Twitter user behavior, but Epic was just like thanking people for their support of the mod and stuff. It was a wholesome post on Twitter. And then there's a bunch of just shitlords in the comments. Just like, it's some people's entire personality just to make sure no one else is having fun. It's exhausting. I don't know how you could devote energy to just doing that. I don't want to feed into weirdo energy anymore. Yeah. Laura's on Twitter? Nah, I'm skeptical. I will say this gun's certainly fun to use. The kind of thing I want to build around. Not having much luck on the fair shares. Just pure jealousy and spite. Yeah, I think you're right there, Butter. I think you're right. Also felt very echo chambery in a way. You'll get very... It's hard to avoid echo chambers, just in anywhere in general. Because, like, it takes an active desire to have your viewpoints challenged to avoid being an echo chamber. And, like, having your viewpoints challenged in, like, a let's have a conversation about this way and not a debate bro way. There's a very clear line between those things. It's really hard to avoid, especially on the internet. Side note, my office smells like a combination of coffee and pizza. I'm jealous. Also, I can't really smell much of anything. So, I'm jealous for that reason, too. I can smell food, though, if it's, like, a strong odor. Distinctly Little Caesars, I'm no longer jealous. Or Stavo with 4,000 cuts. Hmm.
You are.
An echo chamber, no one can hear me scream. Oh no. Or this from a video once, people yelling at each other through games and Twitter. It's just like two dogs barking at each other through a fence. Yeah, it is ultimately a lot of very heated discourse over shit that rarely matters. And it just looks absolutely silly to everyone looking from the outside in. But you can apply that to, like, everything. That's why I don't put much stock in that viewpoint of, like, the third party who comes into a conversation saying that none of the shit matters anyway. Yeah, that's not helpful either, because, like, there's always going to be someone who can just not care about something that people are talking about. You know, like, it's a useless thing to bring in. It's like telling someone who's pissed off to calm down. Like, you might be right, but it's not gonna help.
That one really wilts the daisies, doesn't it? You should have learned by now.
That is the last thing someone who's riled up ever wants to hear. I'm sure a lot of you guys know. Yeah, Twitter app user for my job sometimes. Same. I have peeled back from using it almost entirely. Like, I don't do go live tweets anymore just because I need to limit my exposure to that fucking site. I go there and I scroll for 5 minutes at a time and I like posts of my friends to help them out in the algorithm, and then that's all I do. There's some, like, industry contacts I talk to through Twitter sometimes too. That's it. I accept the hit to visibility by not live tweeting because boost to mental health. I don't use that phrase calm down anymore to my wife learned my lesson. It's like I said, you could be right, but it's not something that you can say to someone who's angry without making them more angry. Like, telling an unreasonable... telling someone who's in an unreasonable state of mind that they're in an unreasonable state of mind is not gonna go anywhere, ever.
Saved by a mushroom. I'll never live this down.
That's just life advice in general. Doesn't matter your relationship with the person, like,
Suck mushroom
maybe
bars,
avoid
dirtbags.
that. Getting bug reports on Twitter is a weird version of hell. Sounds like it. I just use Twitter to see New Blood dev shit posts and other shit posts. I saw the official Bloodborne Twitter account was just in a funny thread. I don't know if you guys know who Alana Pierce is, but Alana Pierce was flexing, just like hanging out with some games industry women that are often thirsted after in Creator Clash. So she was just flexing to be funny. And then just the Bloodborne Twitter account is in the thread calling her out for flexing. She's like, yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. Twitter's sometimes a weird and silly place where you can see certain entities that would otherwise never interact with each other come together to make something funny. I think that's why a lot of people like Twitter. But unfortunately, Elon Musk is a person that exists, so we can't have nice things. So we don't even get to keep that.
You should have run. There
be a hell of a process. I'll be innocently scrolling in like the Mandalorian hashtag after a new Mando episode. And consistently, after about 2 minutes, it's just porn. It's not good. Some Real Housewives spoof show that I watched an episode once, they told a bit how Calm Down just escalated everything. Was it the House Husbands one? One with like Kevin Hart? No, it was women? Oh, there was like a spoof one with, I think it was Kevin Hart and like Robin Thicke. This was like years ago. Law, fair share, no. Like one of the top fighting game players in the world across multiple games is a furry. Fair play, you do you. I follow him for fighting game tech. I can't because furry board pops up constantly. Yes, they're a combo platter user. Ever since then, whenever my wife and I are calmed down on a TV show, we just repeat calm down, but in the indignant way the show did. Turned it into an inside joke. That's good. I like that. KFC Twitter follows 11 dudes named Herb. And all the individual Spice Girls. Wait, really, Control? Like, are you fucking with me right now? He's not fucking with me? Amazing. I love that so much. Yeah, things like that, like, it makes me want to like Twitter, but then you have the personality of your average Twitter user, you have the management of the site itself. Just the fact that it gets worse every fucking week. Ugh. Pretty much just use it to read the news and like my friends' posts now. Sad. Can't even say it's a reliable news source with how the algorithm was exposed.
Together we shall reap such devastation. Back on the menu.
Iron's truth. Farm not going great. Drop from you. I could spawn them one at a time and die less, but that's not interesting. I suppose the real question we have to ask here is, how much of a difference does this fair share even make? Like, at absolute best, realistically speaking, element matching properly, we what, double our damage? Being very unrealistic. Perfectly rolled fair share that we're not gonna get, we double our damage. Is that enough to make Barrage feel good against bosses? That's the real question. And like, it's not gonna be a double damage increase. I'll tell you that much right now. Getting that debuff gun, the mulligan, will help, for sure. So, like, I'm not writing off the project. I end up with Storm Smite doing the heavy lifting. Are we sure about that? Because, like... this thing's damage isn't super fantastic either. It'll help in mobbing, and in a situation where we just get a boss that's like the only enemy around, I suppose the bolts will like concentrate. It's a lot of value over time, but I don't know if I could say that it'd be doing more of the lifting, considering the gap in damage here. Like 7 arrows with a better formula. 455 per. Each individual bolt for Storm Smite is more overall. Like, the card value is more, but you're not gonna hit enemies with more than 1 bolt, usually. Personal experience, exactly what happened? Okay. I'll take your word for it. Do I have just like any claw, amulet, anything? What does that do?
You have learned well, my apprentice.
I have it. Oh, no Wrath of Nature. Let's try with more Storm Smite spam, see what happens. No, we do still have Wrath of Nature. Never mind. I'm crazy. Let's try with this. It makes me want to go to ability damage rings over gun damage as well. Does Insight Ring make sense here? Is this an Insight Ring build? Because we don't have any other sources of conditional. Other than Headhunter, which Storm Smite's not going to get. Man, time flies playing Redux. It's already been 3 hours. To me, it feels like we've been live for an hour. Just keep finding more things I want to mess around with. Yeah, I see what you mean. Like, Storm Smite is just kind of doing most of the lifting before Barrage is even hitting enemies. Fair Share would be affecting Storm Smite as well.
Not bad. I mean, not with mine, but not
Could be big. actually getting the deadly drop from this enemy doesn't seem fucking possible. Which is why I would once again like to remind everyone that that was not a problem that was ever caused by loot luck. It can and does still happen. That's amazing control. Honestly, you've seen more of the armor just doing chamber, even with the bunnies being less lucrative? Yes, I have. And I don't feel good about that. Hey, we got one. Skills aren't fantastic, but you know, let's try it out. No Wrath of Nature, but it's got Claw Power and Spore Power. So now because we're holding Ski Prod, we're converting half of even our Fire Storm Smite to also be Lightning. We're making half of our Barrage to Lightning, which is going to benefit a lot from Storm Breath. I guess to reasonably get the fair share with Wrath of Nature, I'd have to be a Berserker for this. Tidebreaker? Yeah, I'm using Tidebreaker. But is Wrath of Nature worth losing the class power here? I don't think it is. Probably not. Let me put Protagonizer back on as well. Poison doesn't really help, but Storm Breath makes it not useless. Common Storm Breath W. I think that's why I like Storm Breath so much. Oh, good job, me. Because it makes gearing a little less shit.
I return from strange lands and deep waters.
Getting dice in Redux would probably be pretty stress-free, as the platforming would be easy. That is noticeably more damage. This could be the sauce. Yeah, to a soaked enemy, this is one-tapping. Too long. lot of snake sticks, and
Here you go, bye.
not a lot in fair shares. There's also barb load being an option here because I'm shooting the skeep prod, so like crossbolts are in the target. Like, we have a lot of setups already running barb load. Walking. Oh yeah, Dragon's Fury is boostable. Probably still only rolls +1, huh? Because that's where Blasphemet's favor was. So that probably can still only get +1 on armor. It'd be cool if you could get +5 Dragon's Fury for this combo. That would actually be pretty good. Means I should equip more lightning items, though. Do I have another? I do. Lightning melee weapon? I don't. That's sad. Yeah, it's that time of year. Random fucking beetle. I got my window open. Thinking. Okay, what else do we do gear-wise here? Is Body Rune the play? I feel like I need the survivability of Body Rune, but we could be absolutely silly and do a Curse Wit here. It's just, I don't see how we live long enough to get a barrage off with Curse Wit active. Blasphemet's gone? Yeah, Blasphemet's replaced by a much better skill. It's like matched set, but ability damage. It's like Harmonious Havoc, I should say. It's Harmonious Havoc, because it goes off the element. Harmonious Havoc, but ability damage. It's good. Can't believe you just asked if Body Rune was the play. Listen, Pragmatic. We're making weird stuff. Harbinger and Counter Feint? Maybe. It's not a bad idea. Maybe. What's that, maybe? Let's go to chamber real quick. See what happens in there. For survivability, yeah. Because survivability is going to become a concern at some point. That's why we're going to the chamber right now. See exactly when that point is. The flat ability crit chance on melee kill would be good. It's just I don't think we can justifiably get melee kills on this setup. Can't think of a way of doing that.
Now the fun begins.
Wonder how many folks who play co-op have split up the runes. That's a good question. Do I have Chaos Bug? Yes. Very quick reveal.
Choose, Fate Maker.
Thinking about it for a moment, we're not super far off from, like... Could use this save for some Blizzard stuff, too. Just need those ability rings, those insight rings. We could try out Blizzard on this save instead of the other one. But I do have that dedicated Blizzard save. What's the augment for Blizzard? Whenever an enemy is affected by a frost status effect, there's a chance for Blizzard to deal bonus elemental damage of any type, including Void, which only targets the health bar. It's a 20% bonus element, though. It is a 20% bonus element. Plus Blizzard being area damage enough to make it not awful. That's a maybe. That's a maybe. Changing it to other elements with Fair Share could make that into a yes. Probably still looking at Burr being the play. Especially because that Blizzard enchant is now cryo efficiency, 50%. So like get good icebreaker. Even though we're not going Blood of the Fallen, still get a lot of value there. Gives open with Fair Shares and fusions if you want. Maybe I'll get in on that. Give me 1 second. The goat. The goat. There's so many characters I want fusion on. We'll prioritize for this current thing. Like, Fair Share is just such an interesting armor concept. Okay, Burst Spore fusion. Good spread of options here. Clobber. Spore Stavo, gun area. Grab that. We get off for a couple hours, so Bruised to Heart's Content. Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you. Hugely helpful. Yeah, it looks like because the limit of Blasphemous Favor only being able to roll +1, this skill that replaced it, despite being a 5-pointer, can only roll +1 on armor. Burst Spore, ability crit chance, ability damage, area damage fusion. It's noteworthy enough to take. Ability gun. That helps out Barrage. Ah, the magic vendor. Yeah, just really lucky. We just got really lucky in this vendor. Burst spell shot. Get more icebreaker. Luckiest man alive. It's true. Nerf Stones want buffed. All damage, area damage, gun damage. That's a fusion.
Someday, when all this is done, I'd like to get far away from all of this and settle down. Just take some
Looking
time
for,
for myself, you know, take some time to
area
reconnect
damage.
with me. Maybe start a farm,
Although maybe that has less
raise some
value
goats,
than fair
sacrifice
share.
some goats. Take it easy.
But yeah,
boy.
I'm distracted by fusions right now. There's a Wrath of Nature one. So like with Body Rune equipped and then holding a poison weapon, we could get fusion to happen off of Barrage. Be fun to mess around with. We do the same thing with Blizzard. Blizzard fusion. Because very fast tick rate. Which is where we get the spell damage in that, you know? Probably just be the dot doing the thing, and then the dot would be weak. Ultimately not worth. Still fun to think about. That's a lot of the fun in theory crafting for me. It's the how could you? Not as much the would it work, but the how could you? Combining two class mods again? Shit, I am. I totally am. Mods. Hey Amber, just got home from hospital. More complications. Hernia surgery 3 years ago. I'm fine, ready to enjoy some Redux gaming. Oh, I'm sorry you're having to deal with that stuff, but I'm glad you're home. How y'all doing? I'm doing well. I just got really really lucky with this vendor. We're just really lucky. See, we weren't lucky in this one. Oh, we got lucky in this one too. Just 2 out of 3 ain't bad, right?
What are you waiting for? Go field test that! Great choice. Last bloke who had it loved it till the day he... Yeah, great choice!
This one's got area damage and 3 icebreaker.
Commerce in defense of the realm.
Okay, I just wish my surgeon never talked me into an elective surgery I didn't need, but you know, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you just have to get super lucky. We got a pearl vendor spawn.
Bloody brilliant.
Melee ability area with blast chill. It's interesting enough to take.
Kit that.
Who's the Maurice of Wonderlands? LeChance? I don't know. It's a good question. Oh, here we go. Ability crit chance, area damage, 2 Wrath of Nature.
My oath prevents me from taking money, so let's call that an infrastructure investment.
chances black market vendor. That'd be cool. Area damage, gun damage.
Against the tides of evil.
All damage. Ability crit chance.
Good find.
A lot of stats to balance. It might not seem like a massive deal, but the limited enchant pool currently for Redux means that some stats are really difficult to get. So it affects the value of certain things on your armor a lot. That's 3 awe in area.
And distant as the furthest star. And then in the voice of 9 beast he spoke, saying unto
That might be our winner for a while.
Sorry, I was miles away. Oh, what was that?
Making sure I didn't miss any other awe ones. Yeah, specific rules be like, there's 1 awe armor in this entire thing. 1. And that's 5 friend to flame. It's funny. Okay. Thank you, sir. Now, let's see. Let's try the awe armor. Which means spore amulet. I'm still feeling insight rings, so maybe we go farm those. Wow, it feels totally not evil vendor. Artery. Here's the extra blade. So yeah, that's not a bigger blade than what you can get through natural parts. 40% in matches, and it's not shell casing compatible. So it's at least a Dedi farmable or Dedi acquisition friendly melee stat stick. No melee bolts either. Yeah, but there's not, at least in vanilla, there's not a 40 blade with melee crossbolts anyway. It's the melee crossbolts are on the 25s and the 15s. Not bad. Honestly, not bad. Single target, not good. But we'll see against a proper boss. We have soaked applied and stuff.
Hope that works out for you.
Awe armor, wouldn't it just be armor? How dare you? This isn't bad. The visual pollution is a little crazy. But it's the mod's fault. Wonder if it's possible to speed up Barrage's animation through any, like, modding means. Like, if the Barrage augment could speed up Barrage speed, then I'd probably use that over Storm Smite. Like, at that point, I'd probably go... Sporcerer, Glass Cannon, Cursed Wit, and then I just have a damage dealing spell for when I need to get out of Save Your Soul. Honestly, not terrible? Yeah, definitely not terrible.
Welcome home, my little hellhog.
Just Mantis candidate. Fire Rate boost Barrage animation. Does it, or is that like an idea? Because that's a great idea. Idea? That's a great idea. Says Bog Totem scales with a bunch of companion name stuff, not Kindred Heart. Is that true? I trust that. Is it like specific omission of Kindred Heart? Or what? Because I don't know offhand what type Kindred Heart is. Like, for example, Friend to Flame isn't companion damage, even though it says it is. Like, it's Wyvern specific, but this is conditional damage. It's possible that Kindred Heart could be that. I don't actually know. Bog Totem is damage source ability that also gets companion damage as another way of scaling, but only regular companion damage. So like stuff that is like, hey, this has to be damage source companion, does not apply to Totem. So if Kindred Heart's companion damage is damage for things that are damage source companion, then yeah, Bog Totem wouldn't get it. But if it's just companion damage, then it would get it. It depends on what Kindred Heart is, and I don't know that offhand. The testing for the formula doc is very thorough. It's not infallible, but I did not do that testing myself, so I don't know. Check when I can. Cool. Let me know. I am curious.
There is not a drop of magic remaining. Mushroom miasma! What's may you all find your mark.
The thing I'm struggling with here is I could keep hitting Barrage like that, or I could just shoot a gun and it's better. That's the problem with Barrage here. Like, by the time you've boosted it, you wouldn't use it? Because, like, for ability, it seems Storm Smite's winning. And then for gun, gun wins. So what is Barrage for? Thank you for answering away. Yeah, yeah. Sorry I couldn't give a more definitive one. No, it's not terrible. This is definitely closer to what I'd consider viable. That's a really good Wicked Gossip. Closer to what I'd consider viable than, like, doing this same thing in vanilla. Like, this is definitely Redux making this possible. Just, I don't know if I'm sold on Barrage. I had an idea. Delusion, Buffmeister, maybe versus a boss down. Yeah. Yeah, Buffmeister of, what, a cryo one, I guess. I guess a cryo one. Or maybe whichever element would be most effective against that boss. Still get the positive matchup. Though, at that point, wouldn't lightning with soaked just be optimal like always? Buff Storm Smite by letting the bolts stack on single targets. That would be really, really good. Yeah, I'd be so down for that. Lightning soaked, yeah. Because we have, resistance is futile, so lightning soaked would be optimal. We could hit the Spell Bunny for Buffmeister, I suppose. I gotta have a delusion somewhere. It feels like Barrage should have a similar bonus element to what Fair Share gives it just by default. I don't disagree. Barrage being non-elemental unless you use your armor slot and then you get half of it being elemental is definitely an uphill battle. Like, subtle changes can have a huge impact on the value of an item or effect in this game. We saw that with the Fatebreaker. Just like one little thing. To a lesser extent, when they made Cleansing Flames melee hit fire, that was a buff. Like a huge buff. Because that used to be non-Ellie. The Nova was fire, the melee was non-Ellie. So there's precedent for it. The Barrage Augment. Lowers enemy attack speed by a lot, and makes them take more damage from snipers. Where'd my Tidebreaker go? How did it not hit the boss? I have that full body itch right now because I saw a bug and now I'm just like, ooh. Bugacy is coming for you. What are you, less handsome Jack? Yeah, personally, I would, like, This is just an idea, but rather than the sniper rifle debuff on Barrage, I would just make Barrage hit faster. Like, make the animation 75% faster. You're slowing down enemies by 75%. Speed yourself up by 75%. Boom. Easy. Because how many barrages did it take me to kill Zomboss just now? Like 12? 15? Something around there? Yeah, Stab-O-Matic in the vendor with Barrage.
Spend your gold at the only vending machine with the Queen's blessing. One for swears, weary wanderer.
And 4 left over. We actually got a full pull from that run. Amazing. Smithy's Ire with extra projectile spell charge radius. Hello. That's arguably perfect. It even got the Ghost Blade enchant. That's Stab-O-Matic. Got gun, but nothing for standard melee. Really seems like it's working on Bog Totem, by the way. It could just be something that was not included in the list, because Kindred Heart reads as basic companion damage. If it's just the regular companion damage stat, then yeah, Bog Totem absolutely gets it. So it could have just been omitted. Yeah, thanks for testing, Tallulah. Already included in companion formula. It might just not be specifically labeled or anything, yeah. I do not know. I have not looked at that section in quite a while. But no harm in breaking stuff down like this. We all learn a little something. Yeah, so my next thought was gonna be Stab-O-Matic butter. We can do that. Do I have anything that gives melee damage on me? Yeah, I do. Cool. I'm gonna go make a clean spec and shoot the dummy with the Stab-O-Matic, and then put on a melee ring and see what happens.
Perfected once again.
So the Stab-O-Matic in Redux, instead of it being melee and not a gun, it's now a gun that is supposed to scale with melee additionally. But it being a gun means that it can trigger effects that require hitting with a gun, such as Play the Angles, such as Geist in the Shell, such as Executioner's Blade. And if it does scale with melee, as intended, you know, separate from the gun stuff, then what this means is that you can consider it stronger than vanilla Stab-O-Matic. It just has a different set of things it triggers. Like, you won't have the Universal Soldier tech without an extra step. And you won't have Alchemical Agent. But you can still Universal Soldier with it, just with Executioner's Blade instead. Okay. Let me favorite you. of this, but I figure it's cleanest if I do. Let me... These are better. $866, $998. I'll put on the melee one. Nope. So probably should submit a bug report on this. But yeah, it's just not getting melee. Land all headshots. No headshot. 1788. Yeah. Okay. So probably should report that in Redux Discord. Which I should join, but I hit my server limit, so I can't right now. Yeah. So without Stab-O-Matic getting the dual scaling, it just being gun will have it be weaker than it just being melee. So, glad we tested that. Dead gun for now then? Yeah, for now. Until that gets fixed. Stab-O-Matic not good. Hey Dex, how you doing? Great day we're having on the looks at the paper internets. For a punch bot for real. Just about the 4-hour mark. Glad I came in halfway through the stream. I can't go that long today, Dex. I actually have obligations today. So probably only doing 5 hours today. Probably, maybe. I want to do some cleansing flames. Good for you, finally scheduled that grass touch. Actually, yes. I will be touching grass. Craziness. Proud of you. You got a Thickums mod yet for Wonderlands? I don't think so. Make sure you wash your hands afterwards. I've never washed my hands in my life. Not about to start now. That's a joke. Because at least one person is not gonna get that. Make sure to let CZ know. Thank you, Ms. Up. Always on the important shit. Born to shit, forced to wipe. Why does that go so hard? Yeah, I can unequip that Stab-O-Matic. Whatever. Thicker than a bowl of oatmeal. So quick respec, because I want to grab Stalker. How's my crit chance right now? Do I have a 21 pickaxe? I do. Don't want that enchant. So Cleansing Flames Augment is real cool. If you're doing like an ability focused version, that's definitely the way. But we ain't doing that. This is the House of Alchemical Agent. Take more movement speed. I could use Radiance to get dedication. We're doing Curse Wit stuff right now. Dragon's Fury to just have some ability damage to go into the Cleansing Flames Nova, I guess, but like it's not gonna do much. So we take Rebuke. No reason not to take Firebolt. Fine. Drill's cheeks clap every time it comes out of the water. New AoE to dodge. Okay, let's try this for Cleansing Flames. I put a melee ring here. That's what is that purple shit anyway. It's his bathwater. He's a gamer. On that grind set. Oh, that's way too much crit chance. I don't need that much. Yeah, sure, I'll just go with the Demon Blade.
Choose, Fate Maker. Good luck.
Drill whose cheeks produce thunder. I forgot to reroll that. Shan off. It's actually a problem. Who dotted me? Holy shit. It's a brutal stampede with 3 awe. Ability damage, crit damage, ability crit chance. I guess if we were doing Cleansing Flames Nova, this would be what we would do. No area damage is sad, but like... still way too good to not pick up. It's armor. You got me saying it. you not crit Cleansing Flames?
Back to work.
What is you doing? What is you doing, baby? Yeah, it didn't crit before. Big difference.
Fired up.
I use Cleansing Flames while standing in water because I'm built different.
Enjoy your vacation. A little light now. A lot of calling later. Cleansed.
Ability level +1. I've still not seen an ability +2 in Redux. I don't know if that's still a thing. Puzzle arrived today. Does it have mold on it? Considering it's you. No? Okay. Good job. Ooh, the dot almost phased him before. It almost got him. Look at that. That was close. It still ticked, but... yeah, this is one of those builds that's a good example of fully optimized game easier than vanilla. This build archetype just got stronger. Forever like eating the pieces. He overcooks them.
I'm so good at reaping.
Anything you're supposed to cook, Rabbit doesn't cook. And anything you're not supposed to cook, he does cook. You want a Redux stab? We were earlier. We could go back to Redux stab. Currently it's just Cleansing Flames. Featuring Inflammation being goated. Crit connoisseur. Don't mind if I do. Cooked cereal? I'd believe it. Cooked plastic wrap for frozen pizza. He did that. Goodbye, Banshee.
Thanks for the hug, Death. Let's do it again soon.
Hey, Vocal. How you doing? Ooh, 15 mag. You can get a 15 mag sawmill? That's a thing? I thought 16 was minimum. Is there a part for sawmill that gives negative mag size? Hmm.
Fight's getting tight. Mighty nice, the right side.
Tired and exhausted as heck, going to sleep soon. How's you? Doing okay. Doing okay. I hope your rest is good whenever you get it. I'd tuck you in, but I'm busy bonking all the things. What am I here for? I don't remember what I was rolling for. This is the lightning one. Do I have a fire one? that's the cooldown one. Yeah, this is fine. It's fine. The Lord's name is this build. This is some Cleansing Flames stuff, Spitfire. This is pretty much the Cleansing Flames build I run in vanilla. It's just skill points are slightly moved because Stalker doesn't exist in vanilla, so we move one from Awe over there. And Resistance is Futile doesn't exist in vanilla, so we move another from Awe over there. But otherwise, it's exactly the same as I run in vanilla, minus the enchants. Because Cleansing Flames is melee damage, it applies Alchemical Agent. And Alchemical Agent is one of the strongest skills in the entire game. This is one of the reasons why anything that is melee damage is better in this game. It just is. So, yeah. You just get a bunch of damage formula and Cleansing Flames things. Just got ads. Damn it, Twitch. Are they over now? That always happens. I hate it so much. Notice any difference in the field Cleansing Flames? It's stronger. Save quit. Our ad's over now. Are we good? We chilling? No, it gets proper scaling now. I don't think the Nova was changed. And it always got proper scaling. I don't know what you mean by proper. I don't think the Nova changed. Chat, I'm no longer hungry. Start a conversation, add 1 to 4. Every time, I swear. I forgot to reroll my enchant too, damn it. Go for me, please don't. I would rather you didn't. Walk from orbit. Explain the build one more time? Absolutely. So, Cleansing Flames, the hammer bonk portion of it is melee damage. Anything that is melee damage in this game is better than anything that is not melee damage in this game in a lot of scenarios. Because Alchemical Agent exists, so you can get an incredibly powerful dot on top of just getting easy access to crit mechanics in general. You just get really, really big hit, and it crits, and you get really big dot, and the thing dies. So we have a ring with some melee crit chance. We got a ring for some dot damage. We got a high crit chance pickaxe. The biggest thing for Cleansing Flames and Storm Dragon Judgment builds is your choice of melee weapon, because those two action skills, unlike Dreadwind and Ghostblade, they don't look at the damage of your melee weapon or the element, but they still look at the crit stats. So the way crit chance is calculated in this game is you have a base of 5% for everything that is able to crit. In the case of melee, that base of 5% is added to the crit chance listed on your melee weapon, and then your crit formula stuff happens. So while holding this pickaxe, we have 26% base, which means we don't need that much in the way of melee crit chance elsewhere to get towards 100%. Pickaxe is good because not only does it have high melee crit chance, you can get good melee crit damage as well. So we run that here. So basically we get auto crit for melee, essentially. We've got over 100% currently, which means we don't really need awe here. I could stand to have less on my gear. Yeah, we get as much melee crit chance as possible, and then we get Alchemical Agent. I'm using Inflammation and Theurge together. Each time you cast, you get 20% of your remaining cooldown. shaved off for your action skill. And Inflammation with the spell charge part has 8 charges. So I can just bonk and then cast 5 times and then bonk. Wish I could swap out my gun slots for melee weapons, just carry 1 gun. Yo, same. Hitbox moment. Redmorn, please land. Don't make me switch action skills for you. Fire immune. We got Oath of Thunder, Copium. Okay, fine. How much base crit chance would that be? What, with multiple melee weapons? Good question. Oh, now you land.
Be polite to death when you see her, or else. No flags, tight. Heroes up to the top of something. Tight.
Honk. Scott on the launch. Hey, Nunu. Redux shooting well today? Yeah, it's going well. Good world, it's not a lot new to me. Hey, welcome in. Welcome in. I am playing the Redux mod right now, so keep in mind that some things are going to be different than in the vanilla game, but to its credit, Redux just manages to feel very similar, so a lot of the information is transferable. I'll differentiate between vanilla and Redux where I can for explaining stuff. But what you're seeing me do right now works in vanilla as well, if you happen to be playing the unmodified version of the game.
A little life now, a lot of culling later. Like an outlet. Finally.
I started playing for Redux mostly for movement. The movement is amazing. I don't blame you. Guess I don't really need Cursewood here, huh? Do body rune for the survivability, I guess. Whatever. His blood is thunder. What do you think his cum is like? Asking the real questions, Ember. Guessing it's purple. Yes. There is no purple water in the Wonderlands, nor are any of his other bodily fluids purple. Inflammation, the new density is especially fun. Yeah, for sure. Hi, Jake. Cat. Can't know for sure till he tastes it. Bonk. Deserved. Cat. You just came from the box because you smell like shit. Now I smell like shit. Okay. You're just on my lap now? Okay. Mosquito with area and one and all. Ooh, an insight ring with AoE radius and melee crit damage. That's really good. Pet the pet. I can pet the pet. Look at this cat. He's just doing cat things. Hey, Mr. Steel, how you doing? You're gonna die from the dot anyway. Probably. Yeah, you did. He purrs, he do. That was one cleansing flames for the entirety of the Wastard fight, by the way. Which I think is pretty neat. What fight? Oh yeah, sorry. There was a badass skeleton mage in that room. It's a weird bonus room. Barrage is still winding up to shoot. So like Redux the Attentorial boss? Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah. What armor am I using right now? Am I using Stampede? Because I'm not using ads. Or pets. Yeah, I still have the Stampede on right now. So I could get a lot of additional damage out of my armor slot. Honking. Let me go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Alright, be back. And yes, I sat back down and grabbed the cat immediately. He's a cat. He's just doing cat things. How clearly do the cat noises come through for you guys? I know you can hear them, but like, they're the fucking cutest thing ever. He's just a cat, and he's on cat, and there you go, cat. Good boy. I had a thought that I no longer remember. Oh yeah, armor. Could go amnesia with this. Seems like a great way to die. No area damage there, though. Yeah, health regen instead of... Let's do Tyrant's Truth. That should work out to be more damage. Oh, no chance. Jakers, what are you doing, buddy? You're so cat. Can you believe how cat this cat is? Hey, Poison. Happy Friday to you as well. How you doing? This cat is currently being cat.
Come on, have some fun.
Chick, no wonder that it's cat time. Clearly. He's just knocking me around with headbutts. Adorable. Oh, he's looking at the camera. He saw the light and he's like, "Ooh, what that?" Your picture in picture's reversed. Oh, my bad, Raid. My bad. Better.
You go on ahead. I'll swing in later to make your life.
I'm so good at reaping.
So because of Contagion and Alchemical Agent, a fusion could actually go crazy here, huh? Like, I could get the spell damage from Nimble Fingers.
Back to work. You knew we would act like this, you mini hammer.
I like that gun, Ironsides. Underrated quest reward gun in the vanilla game. Probably holds up pretty well in Redux. Especially on Spore. Ooh. Maybe we should make like a proper Spore sniper build. Take advantage of Cult Shot. What Fusion do? When you apply both a poison and a fire dot, you get blue fire, and you have a chance when you apply blue fire to get a an explosion. It scales off your spell damage. Currently the dot is bugged to be scaling off more things than it's supposed to, but the explosion's working as intended. Jake.
Almost as dark as mine.
Now we have the upper hand.
I always forget there's skeletons in here, because they spawn, like, down there. You can always hear them talking. But they're not actually up here. My fusion's nightmare drop at 0, right? Correct. I got 0 in all of that nightmare farming. I don't know if that's bugged or something, but I got the gold 0. Jake.
Me? 1. Life? 0. That's on demand. No need to thank me.
I really need to STJ for you, Redmore. What are you in over there? I guess we're doing this. I'm okay with situational action skill swaps in this build, because it's literally just, I don't even change my gear. I just swap to the other hammer action skill and we're good. Hitting Cleansing Flames out of a double jump is so satisfying, I must say. And one of the big things that's normally a downside of Cleansing Flames is the positioning. But with Redux movement, it's a lot easier to get in place, get in, get out, take less damage while doing it. And it makes a big bonk sound, that's true. They do be doing that.
Let's do it again soon.
I also having issues with Redux multiplayer, crash and join. My instinctive response to that would be to check to make sure both players have it fully installed properly. I joined a friend successfully during stream today, and I didn't have any problems. Both of us can play the mod solo. I don't know what it could be then. Maybe, report that in the Redux Discord. They have a bug report system. Could maybe help them identify it. Thanks. Yeah, you're welcome. Sorry I couldn't be more helpful, detective. Hey, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. It means a lot. Hope you enjoy the emotes, ad-free, all that good stuff. And welcome in. How you finding Redux so far? So satisfying. There was something I was gonna do, like, after Cleansing Flames, but that was 2 runs ago, and I'm just enjoying Cleansing Flames. Just installed today. I've been trying to troubleshoot the multiplayer. Oh yeah, okay, just getting started. Yeah, I hope you're able to resolve that soon. There's a lot of cool stuff in here. I accidentally slipped a warp. Simply too fast. Maybe even too furious. You see you're still going down, losing health a bunch. It's a lot easier to stay alive. Not because of, like, enemy damage nerfs or anything. Just because you can move more. Like, the most consistent way of survival in this game has always been better positioning. And Redux just gives you more movement options for positioning. So, like, I'm running around with, 200 shields and 3,000 health. And I'm able to go pretty lengthy periods of time without taking damage. Too fast, too furious, too familial. For real. Yeah, like, I'm using a level 15 Cursed Wit currently. Ooh, a fusion. We didn't get one from Nightmare in this run, but we got one just running around. Seems right. Head of the snake with no awe. Pain. Is it the pistol bunny? Because something I haven't tried on this. I would like more mulligans. Do we go farm for more copies of a pearl I already have, chat? Because I want a mulligan on, like, every save. It's the only pearl I've seen so far that's, like, good. General opinion? Commander Fusion? Run lots of Gamba. Alright, if you want to start a Gamba control, feel free. Let's go farm another mulligan. Major issues? Yeah, I got about a half hour of time left. So, see if we get in the next half hour. Private parts? Corporal punishment? Farm it again. Who is this guy? I don't know. Something about him is off. Don't salute privates. That's just good life advice. Dead OC. Did you know, Dex, that if you have 7 TV, you can delete your own messages? Oh, this is a health bug. Lol.
Another soul cull.
Can you imagine if it dropped on this run? Cardinal directions. Yeah, you pray to cardinal directions. Work meeting, Sag. There's the Gamba. Let me Gamba. Let the streamer Gamba. Prediction. Ah, someone put up 10 channel points. I don't see it. I see it. There's people putting in points.
So you think you're a big rocket?
Where Gamba?
Well, you're nothing. I'd grade that soul an A. The real
Component
A
doesn't work.
soul.
Classic Twitch. Either going for broke or I'ma be broke. Now we gotta fight. It's 11k versus 10. Not 10k. 10. On browser though, try a refresh. Refresh worked? Cool.
Want to win this, or do you have a left?
I guess that just didn't hit. No ratio. Not this time, apparently. Oh, there's a barrel there. Showed up, dismissed it. Aww. I'll try to be more careful about putting gambas up
Death, I was worried I couldn't
when I go farming. It's rare enough that I can just do that myself. Where am I? Okay, I spawned behind objects.
be polite to death when you see her, or else.
Universal Soldier with all damage. It's not a bad roll. Try to get that drop lined up for a 2.5 times return. I will make sure to not get the drop. Because that's how you get the drop. Like, if I'm trying not to get the drop, then I get it. It's the desire sensor.
Take the void.
These dudes do be screaming, I'll tell you that much. Individual split is 4 and 4. Really, we got 4 believers and 4 doubters? Seems right. Anytime there's a polar prediction, you guys can never decide effectively. Ever. I love you for it. I got my fedoras last night and bought a pork pie hat today. That's certainly a style choice.
Thanks for the hug. Let's do it again soon. I am the hand of death.
We're as effective at guessing someone's astrology. Such a Gemini thing to have said, yeah. I don't know what that means. I kind of want to just start, like, pretending I'm into astrology, just inject it into conversation just to see how people react, even though I have no idea what any of it means. Like, yeah, my Sagittarius rising means that my anus is in retrograde. Shadow Clone boss farming hits different. Unfortunately, I am not Naruto. I do not have that particular jutsu. I just have a big fucking hammer. How you doing, Blades? All these blazes of glory have blazes of glories, blazes of glory. Grammar is hard. Have the Bon Jovi song running through my head now? Well, now it's in mine too. That's relapse, not retrograde. Ah, okay. Mercury's prolapse. Gotta use that one.
That soul almost tipped my side.
Somewhere I have a fusion with awe. I think I put that on the other character. Because it just occurred to me that my gun is poisoned, so like I could get the poison dot that way. The starting one. It's the gravity hammer build. Yeah, the Halo 3 gravity hammer sound plays in my head every time I use action skills. It's kind of a problem, but I've accepted it over time. This is a big hammer bonk build. Happy memories, no issues here. Ports on my man till I tow. Have you considered seeking medical assistance for that condition? Also, J-Bridge that sentence out of context. I'm exactly the kind of person that wouldn't question that use of prolapse. Oh, that's a wild one. Portmanteaus for when your boat breaks down. It was rude of you to not die there. I vote we cleanse. We got about 20 minutes of farming left. It won't help. So the idea here is the gun we're farming for is one of those that just kind of goes on every build because the debuffing mechanic. We'd be able to use that here and shoot down into shell casing range and then big bonk. The only thing we would lose out on is the 40% blade here, but it's only a bit of melee damage. It's a double roll of all damage. Dark Magic Graveborn. Synergistic enough to take, I suppose. Another interesting use of Blaze of Glory is because that's a fire bonus element for guns. If for some reason you're playing some sort of class that doesn't have that and you're not using a body rune, so like if you're neither Clawbringer nor a body rune user, you could have Blaze of Glory to fulfill your fire condition for fusion. So like a poison launcher maybe with Blaze of Glory and fusion. That just didn't. It just didn't. seen this blade since yesterday. I briefly forgot the date, so that didn't make any sense to me, but now it does. Cannot cleanse what is corrupted to its core. He must erase it in its entirety. He has the strength to do that, Mr. Adblock. That's a challenge. I'm using Cleansing Flames, so I'm trying to cleanse. The rest is up to you guys. Hitbox moment. Yeah, hitbox moment. It was right at his foot. Nothing.
To remember. This'll keep me going.
Maybe this is more a Living Waters of Mandalore sort of thing. I have a joke, but it's still Mando spoilery, so in the interest of that being new, I'm not gonna make it. But, some of the stuff around how droids are perceived as inconsistently, whether they're like beings or not, makes for some funny comedic situations. Just put it that way. I'll leave it at that. I watched new season yet? I figured. I'm sleepy. I'm gonna need a nap. Do I have time to take a nap? I have to cook dinner. Say dedicated source Karen? It sure did. There's an enemy named Karen. There's a Karen boss? Yeah. It's one of the ones you can respawn for money. My memory is correct. Have I missed that? I think it's a new thing to Redux. I think. Is it? I don't remember. Now I'm doubting. But yeah, Karen is a thing. Might not be a new enemy, but that item definitely didn't come from Karen before. So either way, that being assigned to there is new. And Sunfang? Yeah, that sounds like a... That was an enemy that already existed, right? They just made her respawnable and gave her a drop? Yeah, okay. Hey, Coffee. How you doing? Guess I just forgot then? Me too. It's one of those things I did once over a year ago. That was so satisfying. We got all 5 in one throw. Gaming. Should do an audit of my saves list to see how many of them are just built around Clawbringer action skills. Shooter would have worked better here than BL3. I don't know how I don't know if I'd agree with that. I think it just kind of have the same impact. Because, like, sure, there's more total items in BL3, but, like, we have the Chaos Chamber bunnies for a really efficient, just world drop thing anyway. Like, targeted world drops. So I don't know. I don't know if it would work better. Because, like, the bunnies are already fantastic for loot acquisition. Anything that, you know, could drop from them is good to get from there. There are still some things that are more efficiently farmed from deady sources. Yes, in vanilla. For example, Sword Explosion, you're more efficient going to Lechance than bunnies, even in vanilla. In the mod, the bunnies are way less efficient, I gotta say. Bunnies are not very good in Redux right now. You just don't get enough crystals per run, per time spent, compared to just going to a legacy hunt. Like, any legacy hunt for world drops is more profitable by a pretty wide margin. At least this was my experience, having done a few streams of Chaos Chambers versus having done one extended farm for a drop from a legacy hunt. And yeah, conceptually, the Schluter is like a... I think the biggest ill will towards the Schluter is the fact that it's a DLC item. Like, they lowered world drop rate and then gave a DLC item to increase world drop rate. I think that combination of circumstances is, like, the problem. Because high world drop rates are a good thing in a game where you have a ton of items and a ton of versions of each item. Like, walking that back and then giving it back behind a paywall is the biggest part of what sat poorly with a lot of people. At least that's my conjecture. Lost Your Kill in a Shattergrave was dropping like 5 legendaries each time. Yeah, that's one of the legacy hunts. Like, on top of that dude having his own dedicated stuff, it's just one enemy for like 5+ legendaries every time. Whereas a full bunny pull, if you're lucky, you get 5 legendaries. But the legacy hunt takes less than a minute, whereas the bunny pull takes, if I'm lucky with which bosses I get on a fully geared and optimized build, it takes like 4 minutes. So at the very least, legacy hunts are like 4 times more efficient for world drops than just going to a bunny. Also buff the extra crystals from Skull Switches and Chamber. Thing with that is time. That does not factor in well to the overall efficiency because it takes time to get those. And if you do boss runs, those are not an option. They don't exist in boss runs. So that forces you to do normal runs, which are very random. Or extended runs, which are both random and a time commitment. Or featured runs, which, depending on week to week, might be good, might not be good. In this game, non-legendary weapons are much stronger, just the Fear Knots. In Wonderlands in general, purple weapons have always been good, yeah, and blue quest reward weapons, in vanilla as well. It's because unlike in, you know, main Borderlands games, Wonderlands being its own IP does a few things differently. One of them being, unlike, say, BL3 and BL2, the peak of enemy HP is not that far away from where it is normally. Like, Chaos Mode in Redux, enemies get plus 800% HP, whereas in Vanilla, it's only 1800, I believe. So, like, it's more, but still not that far away. In Borderlands 3, it's 10,000% for Mayhem 10 and 11. Formerly 12,500. And in BL2, enemy levels go up to the point where you get the level gap damage reduction and their HP goes up and all that. It's functionally crazy. So keeping the peak of enemy HP close to what they normally are definitely helps us have more viable guns of lower rarities. I think that was a good design choice in this game.
That hurt. Kyle's gonna be coming back from the skeleton. Oh, what?
Because, like, there are some viable non-uniques in BL3, and there are, of course, some in BL2 and DPS and all that. But, like, look at BL1, where there's more of them, because BL1 doesn't have an endgame. It doesn't have some sort of mechanic to massively increase enemy HP scaling at endgame, because it doesn't have that. Still suck at level 53 on BL2 UVHM. And that's because UVHM, the game was never balanced around UVHM power-wise. Not in the character skill trees, not in the gear options. It just was never accounted for. Not well, anyway. Hey, Boom. How are you? Hey, Soccer Chick. Very glad it's Friday. Yeah, I hope you can get some good downtime. Let's do about 5 more minutes. I was gonna cut it off at 3:30, but I stopped to chat a few times, so we'll do like 3:32. 3 days off, let's go.
Steph is so proud of me.
3 days to play Redux. It is fun. Isn't that Redusy? I can't believe I'm saying it too now. Damn it, Moxie. Got a beam fake out. Me too. I look at the blue and I'm like, Guess I'm never believing in Quag again. It's just good life policy right there, Raid.
Later, Jeff. Enjoy your vacation.
He does like a blue flash when he dies. That also acts as a kind of fake out, huh? Good old water. Good old water. I ground slammed the water and it killed me. Nothing quite on the level of BL2 money health overlap. I don't know what you mean. Oh, with the beam fake out thing? Oh, I get it. I get it. Yeah, yeah. Love Mayhem Water. Hopefully in the next title, water isn't more dangerous than every enemy in the game. Okay, one more. Last run. Last run. Snow, thanks for gifting us up to Nightbot. I appreciate it. Be like water. Bruce Lee fucking knew. Just looks so naked without that badge. Alright, fucks with the ducks. Now, in Redux context, that goes real hard, Irish. Like, that goes hard. But out of context, that's just gonna get me in trouble. I think I still like it, though. Enter the chat a pauper and that's how I shall leave. Not Madge about it. I'm sorry, it didn't... That's a decent head of the snake. It didn't want to do the thing. The thing didn't... It didn't do the thing. We did not get the thing, but that's okay. Let me... Where's the thing? Choose outcome. No mulligan. Congratulations, doubters. Yeah, that's gonna be it. I'm tired. I'm gonna get some rest before I cook some delicious dinner and touch some grass. Let me see who's live. But thank you everyone for hanging out. In terms of stream tomorrow, there's a chance I stream something different, or at least start with something different, and then go into either more Redux or continuing the Nier playthrough that I do want to finish. It's just other games have been pulling my attention. Let's see. Pascaroni's on Wonderlands. Alec is on Wonderlands. BZK is on Wonderlands. Dame's playing some Jedi. D2H is on Dead Island 2. Oh yeah, Dead Island 2 came out. Forgot about that. Forgot about that. BZK is doing a Redux 1 life. Let's go over there. Cheese was playing Dead Island 2 last night. I fell asleep early last night, so I missed that. Yeah, okay. Join the raid. BZK is doing the thing. Redux 1 life. He's level 8 right now. So plenty of time for shit to go wrong. Wish him luck, etc. If you got my emotes, feel free to copy that for the raid message. Yeah, stream tomorrow. I don't know what I'm doing. But I appreciate you guys hanging out. And welcome all the new people once again. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. We fucks with the dogs. Yes.